Alright. Good evening, everyone. And welcome back for more Ace Attorney 3. The Stolen Turnabout, where I'm going to continue my investigation and hopefully actually fucking get somewhere today. Before I do that, though, just as a quick point, you may notice the cups of coffee counter that is above my head is reset to 0. So I got a ruling from Lone Garurumon, who said that it's per trial day that Godot allegedly says that he drinks a maximum of 17 cups of coffee. So my original question is whether or not this was the same trial or a different trial, because now it's murder, day one was larceny. It doesn't really matter because it's still per trial day, so even if it was still the larceny trial, it's a per day thing. Anyway, hello Luna, welcome back. Speaking of Lone Garurumon, I do not believe he will be hanging out here, at least for the next few weeks, because Lone says he's going to be very busy. I also don't know if Dawning will be around because I know she's really not feeling great, so I may be on my own this evening, which is very terrifying. Especially since I don't actually have a fucking clue what I was doing. I feel like I want to go to the detention center. I also need to check my court record. I'm still on... Well, first of all, Luna, I was unable to stream for about 3 weeks due to Passover and other issues. And second of all, I think there was also a weekend there where I was basically getting bombarded every 5 minutes, quite literally, with Little Goblin Knows Bests. So it happened. Alright. Let's see, I want to go to the detention center. Okay. Ah, Mr. Wright! Mr. DeLite, did they finish their interrogation? Yes, but please don't leave me alone anymore! Oh dear, poor guy. Mr. DeLite, you lied to us before, didn't you? Did he? Well, you see... On the same night the sacred urn was stolen from Lordly Taylor department store, the blackmail letter you got summoned you to KB Security to hand over some money. And then, that's where the CEO, Kane Bullard, was murdered. But there's only one Ron DeLite, am I right? So the only question is, where were you? He wasn't lying. I'm, like, pretty sure he's mask to mask. Like, okay, I know I was flip-flopping a lot, but I'm still pretty sure he's mask to mask at this point. This time I want to hear the whole truth. Your life depends on it. And your wife may depend on it too, because she doesn't like criminals. Yeah, okay. Alright. But before we do that, let's examine the camera. Smile, you're on candid camera. And the guard. This guard monitors the visitor's room. He looks pretty nervous, standing near someone who went from thief to murderer overnight. This guard always looks nervous. It's probably not Ron, it's probably me. Tell me about mask to mask. Mr. DeLite, do you still insist that you are mask to mask? Isn't that what I've been saying since yesterday? That was a quick response. Tell me about it. To be honest, it's starting to get irritating. But listen, Mr. DeLite. At the trial today, we learned the true identity of the thief, didn't we? Oh, yeah! Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown. I guess it's true. I wasn't the one who stole that urn. Okay. Of course not. After all, you were at KB Security at the time. So then the person dressed up as Mask to Mask in this photo... It's gotta be Detective Atme. The night of the crime. So that night, you didn't go to Lordly Taylor. You went to KB Security, right? Yes, I went to KB Security at the time. The blackmail note said I should. Alright, what happened next? Well, I used to work there, so I knew where the CEO's office was. I knocked, but there was no answer. So then I used the keycard to unlock the door. That's probably when he dropped his wallet, yes. When I went into the CEO's office, someone was in there. The CEO? Someone? What? That looked like Atme? What the fuck? Then suddenly they bashed me over the head. Bam! Was it Kane Bullard that hit you? I don't know. The person ran away while I was still stunned. When I came to my senses, the sight I saw left me speechless. The dead body of the CEO was right there in front of me. I thought I'd die myself. Anyway, I thought I should do something with the body. So you stuffed it in the safe. He thought it would be safe there in his defense. So that's why you put it in the safe. Yes, that's right. I used to be the chief of one of the security teams, so I know how to open it. Okay, and what did you do after that? Well, I got out of there for starters. I was the one who set up the security cameras in that building. So I knew how to avoid being spotted by them. Well, that's convenient. Nick. All of a sudden, Mr. DeLite kind of said, yeah, he really does. I mean, after all, his excuse of getting bashed upside the head at the exact time of the crime was exactly the one Atme used to try to get himself out of being Mask to Mask. Please don't say that. So why were you fired? Mr. DeLite, is it true that 1 year ago you were forced to quit KB Security? How did you... I'm begging you, please don't tell Desi, please! Don't worry, we haven't told anyone yet. Phew, thank goodness. No, I suppose I'll have to tell her sometime. She'll find out eventually. Why have you been hiding it from her anyway? Desi would despise me if she ever found out I was living a life of crime. A criminal, a thief, she'd never forgive me. My marriage would be over. Knowing that, why did you become a thief in the first place? Because Desi spends money like it's water. There's no job in the world that could bring in enough money. Except being a thief. At least that's what I thought anyway. So you became Mask to Mask for Desiree, huh? Okay, so we are continuing with the theme of guys doing stupid things for their women. Yeah, makes about as much sense as anything. Alright, bud. Yeah, that's just generic. present the poster. That's kind of strange. What is? Up until now, Mask to Mask has gone after famous works of art or treasures. Why did he suddenly decide to steal this plain-looking urn that nobody would want? You make it sound like you had nothing to do with the theft. Well, it wasn't me that chose to steal this urn. Okay, so again, it is Atme the brains, and he's just the guy forced to do it. This calling card. Did you send this? No, that is, I don't know anything about that. I mean, I had other plans for that night already. That's true, he did get that blackmail letter after all. What about Detective Atme? Could he be the one that sent it? It looks that way. I can't think of anyone else. Yeah, that night, because of the letter, I had no choice but to go to KB Security. Wow, this is cool. I'm really into this kind of stuff. Oh yeah? It's one of our most valuable treasures. If I ever get out of here, me and Desi will go to Lord Lee Taylor to check out the whole Treasures of Kurain exhibit. Okay, I guess. Just promise me you won't steal anything. This coming from the little goblin who steals everything. Oh, don't worry. We'd be going when I'm not on the job as Mask to Mask. Well, that's reassuring. Generic. I don't know, PokeDelta. I really don't know, because it looked like Atme was the one in the CEO's office in that brief, like, his silhouette was the brief one that we saw when Ron said he walked in and got clocked upside the head. Where's the autopsy report? Time of death at exactly 1 a.m. So Atme couldn't have been in both places at the same time either. So I don't know. I mean, Ron says now that he went to KB Security, but Ron also said he was the one who stole the urn. Now, I mean, Occam's razor just suggests that Atme swiped, Atme swiped DeLite's wallet, and I don't know why DeLite is saying that he went to KB Security, but, like, I don't know. I have no clue at this point. This photo, this has got to be the real Mask to Mask. I'm sure it is. I know Mask to Mask when I see him. Yes, but this isn't you, right, Mr. DeLite? Well, no, I was at KB Security then. So then, I guess it really is Detective Atme after all. Shichishito? Okay, so you're just cool into this stuff, blah blah blah. The blackmail letter. So was this blackmail letter written by KB Security's CEO, Kane Bullard? I think so. Probably. You can only get into the CEO's office if you have a key card. And the blackmail letter said to meet at KB Security at the CEO. But it seems like every Joe Schmo has this card. Like, even an ex-employee like Ron DeLite. They didn't take his card away. Granted, you've got the likes of Larry Butts and Wendy Oldbag as the people in charge, so... Guess no one other than Mr. Bullard could have... No! Literally anyone who had access to that office could have. Which is way too many people. Your wallet, sir. I was at KB Security around 1 o'clock that night. I took out my wallet to open the door with the key card, so that was when you dropped it. I'm sorry. I should have told you the truth earlier. Why did you still have a key card? What are you still... Yeah, see? This is the real question. Why the heck do you still have this key card? Didn't you return it when you left your... More to the point, didn't they make you return it? Of course I returned it. Don't be silly. But it got sent... Oh, I see. Didn't I say something about someone setting up a false alibi after the murder was discovered? I might... Look, Pokedelta, that was last week. Or possibly several weeks before that. I'm pretty sure I consumed at least a little bit of alcohol, if not a ton of alcohol, since then. It got sent back to me along with the blackmail letter. With the blackmail letter? Yes, it said, use this to enter the CEO's office. Publicity photo. Oh, I didn't know Mask to Mask had become so famous. Yeah, I actually bought this publicity photo. Really? Well, I'd be happy to sign it if you like. I'll even add behind bars. Yes, please, please. It looks like Ron has totally forgot about what happened at the trial today. That he was declared not guilty of being Mask to Mask. The brooch. Really, nothing to say about the brooch. Fascinating. Push the button! That's the emergency buzzer from the CEO's office. Don't press it, it makes a terrible racket. Sorry, I just love making a lot of noise. Yes, you do, little goblin. Does this buzzer have something to do with this case? Well, at this point, I don't really know yet. After all, there were no prints on it or anything else for that matter. But we have a specific record that it was pushed. And you could wipe fingerprints off of shit. But what's this? I'm curious for your opinion about this. This list, we found it in the office of the CEO, Mr. Buller. Hey, this is a list of all the things Mask to Mask stole. And that's the value of each item listed next to them? $100,000, $150,000. Are you sure that's the value of the stolen items? The numbers seem a little... Yeah, they do. He was technically found not guilty of stealing the urn, and technically someone else was found to be Mask to Mask. But yeah, those numbers do seem a wee bit low. Even on the black market, the prices should be at least 3 times higher than that. I guess he knows about that stuff because he used to be a security guard. The autopsy report. I figured as much. The newspaper clipping. Hey, this is an article about my debut heist. Boy, that was a tough one. Before I knew it, they were hot on my trail. But Mask to Mask, he must have gotten away, right? Oh, right, that's Maya. But Mask to Mask, he must have gotten away, right? It says in the article that he disappeared. That's right, I got a sudden burst of inspiration. I hid Mask to Mask costume in a nearby plastic bucket. Then I quickly changed into my security guard uniform. Pretty clever, eh? Yeah, I figured as much. Wow, awesome. Hey, hold the phone. The guard... Yeah, the guard in the photo was him. I at least remember figuring that out last week. Though, to be fair, it didn't really take a genius to figure it out. Guard in this photo. Is that you, Mr. DeLite? That's right. Nice trick if I do say so myself. Nice and easy to figure out. Even pearls could see through that in a heartbreak. Newspaper clipping updated in the court record about first heist. Garden photo is Ron DeLite. Well, as you might expect, Detective Atney found the disguise. He truly deserves the title of Ace Detective. Detective Atme found the mask-to-mask disguise. That's interesting. Yes, and I heard that he brought it home with him. Oh, good! That's when Atme got his hands on the brooch. Thanks to that, I got the chance to remake my costume. That must have been really time-consuming, huh? Yes, it took quite a while to complete anyway. A few days after that, I received the first of the blackmail letters. Fascinating. So he's been being blackmailed for... I was right about Atme, though. You got them starting when? Tell me more now. Hey, calm down. Don't get so worked up. Buzzer record. The buzzer went off just once around the time that Bullard was killed. Oh, that's scary. Do you know anything about that, Mr. DeLite? Sorry, I'm afraid I don't. Why am I not surprised by how clueless he is anymore? Profiles. Me! A great lawyer and so young, you really are an inspiration. Really? I bet you make lots and lots of... No, I abso-fucking-lutely do not. That doesn't sound right coming from a thief, if you know what I mean. Probably doesn't know Mia. Yep. Maya! ... I'm sorry. I suppose you could say I'm nothing but a terrible lowlife. Well, why do you say that? This is the first time I've ever actually had to face a victim of one of my crimes. I guess he's talking about the sacred urn. Yeah, but I thought that you weren't the one who stole my urn. That's true about that urn, I guess. Maybe I should give up this life of crime and try becoming a professional cowbell player. Yeah, needs more cowbell. Nothing about pearls. About yourself. Oop, hold on. I'm ashamed to admit it, but sometimes I wonder if I'm really cut out to be a thief. Why are you ashamed to admit that, man? Well, isn't that obvious? It doesn't suit you at all. Ugh, I knew it. I guess I'm not the only one who came to that conclusion. Gumshoe. This is the detective that was in charge of the mask-to-mask investigations. He was so happy when I surrendered yesterday that he actually shed tears of joy. What? Gumshoe cried? Really? Was it a single manly tear, or did he let loose and sob? Sobbed. I started weeping myself too. It was truly infectious. A truly moving moment, if I do say so myself. That must have been one hell of a... you know what? I'm sticking with what I said. That must have been one hell of a beautiful scene. If beauty is eye in the beholder, I'm convinced these two are blind. Once I decided to become a thief, I started studying like crazy. Yeah, no, we know what he studied. You've got all the books in his hideout. Studying? Like what? Petty Larceny 101? The History of Pilfering? Goblinating 1 through 10? No, but... I watched a lot of movies and read a lot of novels about great thieves. Boy, if that's all it took. Oh yeah? I admire you for doing your homework, if for nothing else. All the great ones had their own trademarks. Flashy costumes, calling cards, unique laughs, and catchy slogans like, "Farewell, my friends!" I figured I needed to do a good job with that if I was going to make a splash. Yeah, I guess you really can't say goofy stuff like that unless you're a master thief. Or the streamer, I suppose. Farewell, or we shall meet again. You know, hokey stuff like that. Tell me about the Luke Atme fella. He's an ace detective, all right. He's been hot on my trail ever since the first heist. Yes, but he made a pretty stunning confession in court today. It was me all along. I am mask to mask. I don't know what to say. I guess he's just delusional. Boy, everyone's accusing everyone else of being delusional in this. That's exactly what your wife said about you. Speaking of your wife, she'll be very disappointed in you. Desi, she really has a thing against criminals. Do you have any idea why that is, Mr. DeLite? Well, if you want to know the details, you'll... Yeah, it's because she was kidnapped, or held as a hostage, and Ron rescued her. But the thing is, after I lost my job at KB Security, I needed to earn money to keep Desi satisfied. We still don't know why he lost it. Like, we asked him, I don't think I got an actual answer out of him. Like, we know that's his motivation for becoming a thief. But if that's his motivation for becoming a thief, then it does, like, I can see why he would have been fired from KB Security if he became a thief and was stealing from people that they were supposed to be protecting. Like, I could have seen that, but, like, it seems like after he was fired is when he started becoming a thief. I'm confuzzled. But I just couldn't seem to find a good job. That's why I wound up becoming the thing that Desi hates the most, a thief. Adrian Andrews, probably nothing, yeah. Larry Butts, have you met this jackass? No. Okay. Prosecutor Godot. Isn't he great? I wish I could be half as cool as him. Besides, he's the only one that really believed me when I said I was the thief. Hey, hang on a second. This is the guy that had you arrested for murder. Well, I still don't think that makes him a bad person. No, he's just doing his job, literally. What in the world do you see in that coffee-crazed prosecutor? Tell me about Bullard? Mr. Bullard, my old boss, it's so sad. Do you have any idea what might have happened? Was there anyone that might have wanted him dead? Like the actual person that blackmail letter was for? Because it clearly wasn't you. First Heist 2 is still a security guard, at least that's what you got. Or he still had his security outfit. Like, I think all he said was that he switched out his costume for a security outfit. Like, this is a, well, okay, I mean, I guess they sort of explained how he had the card, given that it was sent in the blackmail letter, allegedly. But, like, he may have still, like, he may have still had his security outfit, or he literally may have had a costume made or a replica made of his security costume. Maybe. I might be going on another monkey head situation. You may be right, Pokey Delta. I don't know. Oh yeah, sure. Mr. Bullard was the type of guy who made lots of enemies. He did lots of threatening things to people. Wait. Do you mean he scared people? Or that he threatened them with blackmail? Well, I guess they're kind of the same, right? Yeah, we did learn that Kane Bullard wasn't exactly the nicest kind of guy. Let me check this again, because I don't think I got an actual answer here. Yeah, we know. Don't tell Desi. Right, she'll find out eventually. We find out why he'd been hiding it from her. But Okay, I guess technically what this says is there's no job in the world that could bring in enough money. It potentially implies that even as a guard, he wasn't making enough money. And especially since Kane Bullard is a tightwad. That's why he hired Larry Butts. But I don't know. You may be right, Pokey Delta. He may have decided to become a thief while he was still... But then, here's the real question. The question is, if Bullard knew at that point in time that DeLite was a thief, why didn't he blackmail him then instead of just firing him? Although allegedly there were blackmail letters, but like this one might have been, I don't know. Tell me about these blackmail letters. This blackmail letter, is this the first one you... No, we know it wasn't, and the only way that we could get this talking point was by finding out that it wasn't. But sure. No, of course not. But this is the first one... This is the first one that ever called me out to a specific location, so there are differences. So, did you start receiving blackmail letters after this incident? Yes, just a few days after the Tears of Emanon heist. Oh, I'm not saying the first one was from Bullard, but, like, what I'm saying is if he was fired for being a thief, it would have only made sense for Bullard to start blackmailing him then if Bullard was the one blackmailing him now, and we're saying, allegedly, that there's no way that this current, like, the blackmail envelope and the blackmail letter in the green envelope could have been written by anyone other than Bullard. Now I'm just confusing myself. I need a little goblin here to bounce shit off of. But honestly, I think the one who was blackmailing him, this goes back to my original theory that Luke Atney was the brain. Like, regardless of which DeLite was actually mask to mask, Atney was the brains. That first letter, it said, "I know you did it." So someone found out about your true identity, just like that. Ah, it's not easy being a master thief, you know. I've got proof it was you, so give up, it went on to say. So in the end, I had to give up the treasure that I went through all that trouble to steal. Is that right? Hey, hang on a sec. What do you mean you had to give it up? Oh, don't worry. After I put the jewel in the safe deposit box, the letter specified, I thought you said the... Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Pokey Delta. But he just contradicted what he said, because he said that the letter from Bullard was the first one that called him to a specific location. Now he literally just said that this one took him... I mean, I guess a safety deposit box. But the safety deposit box has to be in a specific location. I don't know. But $10,000 for... whoop-de-fucking-do. No one said anything about me being worried, you know. After that, I started getting the plans in the mail. Plans? I feel like there should be a new talking point here, but there's nothing after blackmail letter. Hello? Oh, why the hell did... Sorry. It just so happened that I was looking down, and the first talking point was, like, right at the edge of where my glasses are, so I... But, like, why the hell would they put the new talking point up here instead of... That makes no fucking sense. What are these plans you're talking about? Are they the Death Star plans? Did you put them in R2-D2? They were instructions on how to steal the crown or a painting or some other rare treasure. They showed security blind spots, escape routes, and even suggested training methods. So you mean the one who planned all these heists wasn't you? No, it wasn't. I only planned the very first one, and we saw how well... I mean, he did well enough. He did. Like, the whole switcheroo between the, Well, he actually got what he wanted to. Then the outfit switcheroo was clever. This guy does have some smarts. But Atme really is on a whole different level. As much as I fucking hate to admit it, he wasn't kidding when he said he had to invent his own fucking arch nemesis. Like, even if it wasn't literally him in the costume, he was manipulating the guy in the costume. After that, I received plans from some very kind person. Incredibly detailed. No, not incredibly kind. Not very kind person. The same person who was blackmailing you, you doofus. Incredibly detailed plans. It sounds like Mr. DeLite is thankful to the person that was blackmailing him. So Ron DeLite was masked to mask after all. But someone else is behind the thefts. Someone who planned them all out in detail. And we fucking know who it is. It's Luke Atme. All I had to do was deposit the treasure I stole in the safe deposit box. Then I just waited for the cash to come in the mail. Could you try not to look so gleeful about it? You got fucking ripped off! But then why did Atme return the artwork? Because he had everything else. Right? He could have returned the Tear of Emanon, he could have returned the Crown of Bongora, or the Left Hand of Hades, but he only chose to return the Portrait of Megina. Maybe all of that's reward money? Maybe? But he didn't even get a reward, he didn't even get money for returning the Portrait of Megina. He got that diamond, which, again, it's why I know the blackmail letter was for him. It doesn't take a genius to figure out 2 + 2 equals fish. But I really don't know. So if you went after the Sacred Urn, because of one of those plans too? Well, see, truth is, I've never seen the urn. All I did was follow the instructions and steal what I was told to steal. Mr. DeLite, is everything you've just told me the truth? Yes, but please don't tell Desi, okay? Ron's testimony added to the court record. From Damask's second heist on, he was stealing as directed by blackmail letters. Ron, before we go, there's one more thing I want to ask you. Yes, but please don't hurt me. Mr. Kane Bullard, do you swear that it wasn't you who killed him, or did you hire an assassin to kill him? I am not fucking repeating the same mistake from case 2-4. Yes, of course. I could never... I'm not lying. All I did was hide his body in the safe. But then I was afraid they'd discover what I did, so I turned myself in yesterday. Explains why he was so insistent that he was masked to mask. Why? Well, if the judge had ruled that I was guilty of robbery, then I'd have an alibi, right? Yeah, uh-huh. I guess so. You're really clever, Mr. DeLite. Sort of. Yes, I have no choice but to take Mr. DeLite at his word. Psych locks aren't showing up, so he's probably trustworthy. Mystic Maya! Hey! Pearly! I'm back! Hey, Pearls. So what have you been up to this whole time? The sacred urn, Mr. Nick. I took it back to Kurain Village to have it examined. Yes, I remember this. And what did you find out? Well, there's no need to worry. They said it's the real urn. Phew! That's a relief. I really was worried. But there's one small problem. Yeah, there is in fact a problem. These cute little pink splotches. They said it's paint and that they were put on the urn yeah, no shit they were put on the urn recently. Look, Pokey Delta, everyone and their mother has been insisting that the camera data is absolutely to be believed. Everybody. Which, of course, makes me doubt the camera data even harder. But, like, they have hit this upside the head so many fucking times that the camera belonged to Lord Lee Taylor, so there was no way for Luke Atney to tamper with it, yada, 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 yada. So Luke Atney probably tampered with it. You know, there is no date stamp. Not there. But the camera data itself says that the camera went off once around 1 a.m. on the night of the crime, which would have been October. So between the camera data and the photo, you get both an actual timestamp and a date. Anyway, why are we talking about the pink splotches again? What's the big deal? What's the big deal? We've got to find out how they got there. That's the big deal. Yes, Mr. Nick, we got to find out how they got there. Okay. We'll go find out how they got there. But please don't forget about me. Sacred urn refiled into the court record. Found in Atmy's office, covered in pink splotches. But it's the genuine article. Well, I'll tell you what. I haven't forgotten about you. Let's present the urn to you. That's kind of strange. What is? Up until now, Master Masks... Oh, yes. Okay. Uh-huh. So, it's the same thing as the urn in this picture. Alright, well, good talking to you, man. And thank you for clearing up everything what needed clearing up. I'm glad we got the sacred urn back and all. So then how come you don't look happier? Yep, this is reused. That's very much reused. Okay. Well, in that case, I gotta get to the bottom of what happened to this urn, and there's only one place to go. The basement warehouse to one Adrian Andrews. As I recall, she had a couple of psych locks that I needed to unlock, which means I've got to get to her bottom again. Admittedly, it is a more pleasant bottom to get to than some of the other bottoms that I have had to get to. Oh, Pearl, how nice to see you. Hello there. I haven't seen you around lately. What have you been... She was here just fucking yesterday, lady. I mean, I guess she's commenting that she didn't see her earlier when Maya and I dropped by, but still. Well, actually, I was having this urn examined. Oh, I see. Maybe if we take another good look at this urn, we can figure out the mystery of what actually happened here, yes. Nick, let's look around one more time. Yeah, the sacred urn is still locked. Now this seems to be telling me to examinate. I mean, there's paint all over the place. Let's see. Hey, the box. This box, there's something about it that's bothering me. That's the box that the sacred urn was in. It looks like there's some pink paint on it, too. Yes. And it's definitely the same color as the stuff on the urn. I think I know how the paint got on it now. Alright, let's investigate again, Nick. Urn box added to the court record. A wooden box that had the sacred urn in it has pink paint stains on it. Let's see. Organi. The door. No, I don't see anything related, anything else related to pink paint around here. Nope, definitely. Oh, hey, pink paint. Wouldn't you know it? It looks to me like it's been dry for several days. There's something suspicious about this paint mark. Bottom left part of it is shaped oddly, and it's shockingly pink. Mr. Nick, could it be that this odd shape is... Yes, the box. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is it. Ah, that's the box the sacred urn was in. If you look here, there's a little bit of paint on the box as well. Wow, you're right. Look, it matches. ... What is it, Mr. Nick? This is all turning out exactly as I thought it would. Phoenix? Phoenix? Since when do you think? I'm very scared now. Very scared. Paint marks added to the court record. Completely dry. Box of the sacred urn fits in the gap perfectly. I think it's all starting to become clear. We're that much closer to solving the mystery of what happened to the urn. Are we? Are we really? Alright, well, fine. I believe that's all that I can actually examine now. So, I've got some new evidence to present with you. Ms. Andrews, about the paint that's all over the wall. Oh, look at that. It looks like paint, all right. Isn't that funny? I never noticed that before. ... That has to be the most pathetic acting I've ever seen in my life. I'm beginning to get very frustrated. Uh-oh. I'd better do something to calm them down and fast. Well, I can present the urn box. What a magnificent box. You're not going to throw us off the trail with flattery. I want to know about the paint on this box. Well, I'm sure I don't know anything about that. Some people just have a natural gift for lying. Adrian is not one of them. See, we got our sacred urn back. That's really wonderful. But we're not entirely convinced it's the same urn. Ms. Andrews, we want you to cooperate with us. The buzzer! Yeah, no, I'm guessing all of the other stuff and Kane Bullard and Larry Butts are all going to be things that she doesn't care about. So, there's only one thing to do. Well, I know Pokey Delta, but I had to try it without first because I figured there would be a funny reaction. Have a look at this Magatama, would ya? The Sacred Oin. Ms. Andrews, do you know anything about the Sacred Urn? Do I know anything? I'm in charge of the entire treasure exhibit. The urn that was submitted before the court today. It's obviously not the same urn as before. Well, that's true. Maybe it isn't the same. It could be a fake. A fake. You're the one who said it wasn't the same, so that's the most obvious explanation. Do I have any evidence the urn that was submitted at the trial was genuine? Found in Atmy's office covered in pink splotches, but it's the genuine article? Sorry to break it to you, but the urn is the genuine article. Pearls went back to Kurain Village and had it examined. Is that right? That's nice, but I don't see how... What she discovered was that the urn had been broken... Did she? Did she really? She just discovered that there were pink splotches on it now. Also, way to throw Pearl under the bus and say that it was broken a first time. Did you say again? Yes, it was broken once a year ago. And now it looks like the same thing has happened, except the person who put it together actually put it back together properly. Again, no insult to Pearl, who has no crafting experience and had very limited, very, very, very limited time to work with. And can't spell because she's never been to school. Now it looks like the same thing has happened. And quite recently, too. Recently? Are you saying that this urn was broken recently? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Why do you think it was broken recently? How do you know? An excellent question, but... Because this was the picture for the exhibit? I'm guessing it's this. This poster, it was made recently, right? Poster? Ah, the poster for the exhibit. At the time when this photo was taken, the urn said, "I am" on it. But now, for some mysterious reason, it says, "Amy." Which is actually what it's supposed to say, so good work. When the urn was fixed, the letters were transposed. I am? What does that even mean? I don't know anything about that. I wasn't even there when the photo for this poster was taken. That was a mistake. Now, tell the truth. Wait. 4. Even if the urn was broken, I had nothing to do with it. Huh? Yes, that's it. I must have been one of the people... What do you mean one of the people at the photo shoot? You literally just said you weren't there. They probably... Oh, it must have been one of the people at the photo shoot. They probably dropped it. I'm sure that's... Okay, I misread. I'm an idiot. But what else is new? I'm sure that's what happened. It looks like she's not going to give up that last psych lock so easily. Do you have any proof that the urn was broken here at Lordly Taylor? An excellent question. An excellent question. Wooden box. I mean, yes, the pink paint certainly comes to mind. I just don't know if it's the urn box or, you know what, I guess I'm going to go with the urn box?
Take that!
Well, no, I got it wrong. What is this supposed to mean? This urn has these pretty little pink paint splotches on it. Oh, I was right. And there's some on the box that the urn was stored in, too. No matter how you look at it, the paint seems to be exactly the same, wouldn't you say? So, what does that prove? That the urn was dropped along with the box. That's when they both got paint on them. Are you with me so far? Yes. The rest of the story is obvious. This box was dropped right here in Lord Lee Taylor's basement warehouse. If I can prove that, it means that the urn was broken here. Okay, here we go. Yes. So can you prove that? Yes, I absolutely can. Boy, I thought that was going to be a generic thing, but yeah, no, it turned out to be the right thing. I think you already... I mean, you didn't even fucking clean the paint up, lady. Not the sharpest bulb in the crayon box, this one. I think you already know where I'm going with this, don't you? Yes, more or less. There's pink paint splattered on the floors and walls of this basement warehouse, and you didn't bother cleaning it up. But there's an odd shape imprinted into a part of that paint stain, am I right? Yes. If you put this box into the impression in the paint, you can see it fits perfectly. ... Which means this box was dropped right over there. And that is when the urn was broken. Your name does you justice, Mr. Noodleman. Unlock successful. So tell me about the sacred urn. I'm so sorry. I was the one who broke the urn. Boy, does this make me feel like some sort of evil school teacher. Why? I'm a terrible person. Not only did I break it, but I tried to hide what I did. Oh, wait a minute. Was she the masked mask who stole the urn? No, it's too... that would be too stupid. Well, that's not so hard to understand, is it, Pearly? No, not at all. I know just how she feels. It happened about 2 weeks ago. Just after the poster photo was taken on the same day the urn arrived here. I thought I'd put it away down here for safekeeping. I was carrying it in the box when I tripped on a paint can and lost my balance. Oh, geez. The box I was carrying crashed to the ground. Crash. I heard a terrible noise and I thought my heart was going to stop. Fearing the worst, I opened the lid of the box and that's when it happened. The broken pieces of the urn fell out of the box and landed right in the pit. Good, like, you couldn't have at least taken the box away from the freshly spilled paint? You used to be so put together, lady. Now you're a klutz. And not thinking. I was in shock. I let out a huge scream. Oh dear. I can totally see how that could have happened. Yeah, as clumsy as she is, I'm sure Maya understands. Well, I knew it was the most important treasure in all of Kurain Village. So I tried as hard as I could to fix it. Fortunately, the shards were pretty big. And that's when the I am got changed to Amy? I didn't know how it was originally... Well, good news, you actually got it back to the way it was written. You know what, Pokedelta? She probably did spend too much time with Von Karma. Although, Franziska went back to Germany, so... Although it might have been during that case that she spent too much time with Franziska. Who knows? I didn't know how it was originally written. But any sane person fixing it would have assumed it said Amy. Yes, because that's what it said in the first place. And then Pearl put it back together so that it said I am. Any sane person? Really? Oh, Pearls. It's not your fault you can't read. She said she wasn't very good at spelling. Anyway, I put the urn into the storeroom and no one had seen it since then. Sacred urn updated in the court record. Broken and repaired by Adrian 2 weeks ago, then replaced in its box, kept out of sight. But there's something I don't get. When we first came here, I didn't see any paint stains. Yes, we did? Oh, right. Technically the very first time, which is why she moved the statue of Amy Faye over it. Well, that's because it was ugly and embarrassing. So instead of cleaning it up using paint thinner and actually cleaning up the mess, I used the golden statue to cover it. The Amy Faye statue. Aha! Tell me about the Amy Faye statue? The first time that we came down here was on the night that the sacred urn was stolen. But, Mr. Nick, there were no paint marks on the walls or floor of the warehouse when we were here. Or so we thought. Well, there's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime around noon, that golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall. And I realized that the statue would be the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it where you first saw it. I see. Now it makes perfect sense. But there's still one thing I find strange. Yeah, why did it get moved? What is it, Pearl? The day after the urn was stolen, we came here again. And at that time, the statue had been moved and the paint was clearly visible. Yes. So why? Well, Ms. Andrews? Huh? What? I don't know anything about that. I placed it there to cover the paint, so why would I move it again? Well then, who was it? Who would have done it and why? On the day before the theft, the statue was definitely closer to the door. Then the next day it was moved. But why? Amy Faye's golden statue updated in the court record. Carried into the basement warehouse the day of the crime, moved again that night. It looks like there's some connection between the sacred urn and the murder case. Is there? I mean, maybe, yes, probably. Well, why? Why do you think so, Nick? Because that night, the real thief, Ron DeLite, was at KB Security. So then why did another mask-to-mask show up here? A lot of different things are pointing to one undeniable fact. One undeniable fact? The murder trial is starting tomorrow, but it looks like that thief is going to be making another appearance. What? What? Who? Why? Where? Potato? Yes, save my progress. Yes, overwrite. Part 4-1 trial. Excellent. And the return of Godot. And I can't do as good of a voice for him as LG, which sucks. Oh well. October 14th, 9:41 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby, no 4. What do you mean no 4? I see 2 4s in there, right? October 14th, 9:41 a.m. There's 2 4s in there. You're lying to me. Stupid lying to me. Hey, Nick. What is it this time? You won't believe how many people are here for the trial. Well, it is a murder case. What are you talking about? They're here for the trial next door. Next door? Why don't you know this, Nick? They're having Detective Atme's trial to... Oh, I see. Fascinating. Ow. So LG's not going to be here. I think you missed this because you weren't here at the beginning. LG's not going to be here for the next few weeks because work is keeping him extremely busy, and Dawning is really not feeling well. I mentioned this like right at the beginning of my stream. But this might be what Dawning was saying when it was referring to when she said that you're basically having 2 people on trial for the exact same thing right next door to each other. Because I mentioned that as a possibility back in case 1-5, where we were having the trial for the murder of Detective Goodman in the prosecutor's office in this court, and then right next door they were having the trial for the death of prosecutor, or for the murder of Prosecutor Goodman in the evidence room at the police station at the exact same time. Like, the murders occurred at the exact same time. I mean, I guess the trials occurred, but like, I think Dawning made some kind of reference to how they'd never have 2 people on trial for the exact same thing right next door, but like, I'm guessing this is the case. Why don't you know this, Nick? They're having Detective Atme's trial today. Of course, Detective Atme. He's on trial for being masked to mask. They said they're going to try him as mask to mask. Already? That was fast. I mean, the guy fucking confessed in a courtroom full of witnesses, including a judge and presumably several officers of the law. Boy, I'd love to see Mask to Mask's trial. Who the fuck is this? And why is the text red? I'm scared. I'm very scared. Also trying to think of an appropriately ominous voice. I don't know if I can do very ominous voices. I'm more of a silly and stupid voice kind of guy. I know. By the way, where's Pearls? Oh, she went back home. She said she can't neglect her training anymore. I know you don't like me. Pearls has really gotten into her training lately, huh? And I still don't know who the fuck's conducting training, but sure. Yeah, ever since that incident last year. Wait, it's him? Why the fuck was his text red? Please, don't ignore me. Oh, Mr. DeLite, good morning. No one likes me. No one would notice me, even if I killed someone. Don't say that right before your murder trial. Come on, don't be silly. Wait a sec. You don't mean you're the murderer. No, I'm just a poor thief. No, wait, that's not right. A thief can't really be poor. Yes, technically they can be. Now let's see. According to Mr. DeLite, from his second crime on, he was following a bunch of set plans. Plans that somebody had been sending to, quote-unquote, help him commit the heists. Do you really think there's a connection between the thief and the murder, Nick? It's possible. But today's trial is a race against the clock. And the coffee. Huh? How come? Let's just take our time like always. I'm afraid that's not an option. Well, shit. Are they going to finally introduce a timer in this game? ... question mark? Phoenix? What the hell are you up to? October 14th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom no sixes. Well, that's a little better, yes. No sixes in that. Again, unless it's maybe the year, but we're not seeing the year, so there is no 6. Hi-lo again, Godot. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Ron DeLite. The defense is probably ready, Your Honor. That's fairly true, Pokey Delta, yes. I do have to guess that there's something that we need Acme for. Oh! Actually, we need to pin the murder on Acme, so if he's found guilty of being masked to mask, we can't pin the murder on him, because that would mean that he was at Lordly Taylor at the time of the murder. Yes, it's all coming together now. This is, in fact, a race against the clock. You're ready. Preparation is the last refuge of the weak. Okay, settle down, everyone. Let's begin with your... Didn't he say he doesn't do opening statements? He's even got the... Does he? Does he like, I've seen the judge much worse in the palm of the hands of the likes of Manfred von Karma, or even Kilometers Losses Edgeworth, or Franziska von Karma with her whip. The judge telling everyone to settle down is not him being in the palm of... Again, this is a case of them trying to build up Godot as a threat, but they're saying not show it. Ridiculous. The words don't match what's actually happening. Ron DeLite is simply too young to be sent to war. That's all. ... I'm afraid I have no idea what that means, Mr. Godot. Ha! Then you need to get out more, Your Honor. Life is war. That's exactly what you That's exactly why you must be more precise in your wording. Aha! Although I'm surprised Adrian's glasses didn't break at all while I was interrogating her. But there's his first cup of coffee for today. That's all my statement means. You understand now, right? Yes, well then, let me briefly summarize the details of this case. Wow, the judge is taking charge like he knows what's going on for a change. The victim is Kane Bullard, CEO of KB Security. His body was found in a safe at approximately 9 a.m. on the morning of the 13th. However, the time of death was estimated as 1 a.m. the previous day. Yes, that makes sense. And that's when our little lost kitten dropped the ball. And by that I mean his wallet. That little lost kitten is, of course, the defendant. Very well then, Mr. Godot. Please call your first witness. My first witness is this cup of coffee. I never drink more than 17 cups of coffee during any given trial. Might not have been broken, but they ended up cockeyed a few times. I don't remember what that's referring to, Pokey Delta. But the first one is always the best. Mr. Godot, your witness. Oh yeah, Adrian's glasses. True, they ended up cockeyed quite a few times. But that doesn't count as broken. I'm disappointed. Anyway, Godot himself clarified it. This trial technically counts as a separate one because he's counting this as his first cup of coffee for this trial. So I was still good to reset the counter. Fine, excellent, all good and dandy. Mr. Godot, your witness? Okay then. Let's hear what the defendant, Mr. Ron DeLite, has to say for himself. The defendant? Well, Mr. Wright, does the defense have any objections? It may be a bit of a disadvantage having the defendant testify, but I remember when Mia was defending me. She allowed me to testify so she could do the cross-examination. She put a lot of trust in me back then. And I fucked her up. See, I would have objected to this. We have no objections, Your Honor. The defense will allow Mr. DeLite to testify. Ha! You've got guts, trite. Alright then. Mr. Ron DeLite, please take the stand. But considering the fact that we were accusing you of being a thief, make sure you put it back when you're done. Thank you. You did it, didn't you? Yes. What? No, wait. No. That's not true. For a moment there, I thought we'd set the record for the shortest trial ever. Yeah, no, Phoenix did nearly get himself sent to the death chamber. But Phoenix is an idiot. Well, Mr. DeLite already looks plenty guilty with that face he's making. And once he opens his big mouth, he'll probably put the last nail in his... You're one to fucking talk, Phoenix! Ha! Very well. Now then, can you tell me something? If you didn't kill Bullard, why did you go to KB Security? Well, That's kind of hard to say. Boy, I wish I could go home. Now then, let's hear some testimony about what happened. Yes, testimony. Very, very good testimony. What's never fallible and has always gotten us to where we need to go. That evening, around 1 a.m., I went to see Mr. Bullard in his office at KB Security. The blackmail letter I got, it ordered me to go there. I'd been working for KB Security until a year ago, so I knew where his office was. 1 a.m., the exact time the murder took place. Aha! The second cup of coffee, which is never as good as the first. The weak get washed away by the tides of fate. The strong drink it up. Like coffee. It's bitter today, too. Just like my destiny. You'd never know that from the way he's chugging it down. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you please. All right. Press the button! 1 a.m., huh? You're absolutely sure about that? Yes, that's what my watch said when I entered was entering the CEO's office. No. Actually, I'm not really sure. My watch was slow and my internal clock was also a bit... 1 a.m. That's the exact time the victim, Mr. Bullard, was murdered, correct? It's too late for a coffee date, that's for sure. Press? It ordered you there. It was the first time I'd gotten a blackmail letter that ordered me to go somewhere. Does that mean you've gotten other blackmail letters, then? Oh, of course. They'd say things like, steal this, or take that. Hold it! Why don't you save those for later, Mr. DeLite? Please don't say any more. Now, what should I do? What... That's a fucking typo! What should I do? Now, what should I do? Press harder, because why the hell not? So what did the blackmail letter in question say? It said, bring $50,000. Money, eh? A perfect motive for committing murder. Oh, but wait! I never intended to pay that money anyway. Oh, is that right? Yeah, you intended to kill him. After all, he had nothing to hold over my head. I had nothing to be afraid of. An important point indeed. Witness, let's have that added to your testimony. Yes, sir. Ha! A muddy mud skipper in outer space has a better chance of surviving than I do. Really? I'm confused, Phoenix. Why are you so nervous? Like, this seems like it's good for you to have added to the testimony, because it means that the blackmail couldn't have been motive for murder, since he had nothing... You know what? Never mind. Phoenix is just a moron. I'm just gonna go and... Okay, so it was here, right? But I'm not going to push this yet, because that's what I've got to do. So I'm going to press this. Hold it. You used to be a security chief for KB Security, right? Yes, that's right. A security chief? You? And yet, a year ago you were fired without notice. Revenge for an old grudge? A perfect motive for murder, wouldn't you say? This isn't good. Maybe I should change the subject? Life after being fired? Why he was fired? Don't say nothing. I still don't know why you were fired. Mr. DeLite, please tell us why you were fired from your job. Well, the world is filled with those who have said, I wish I had never asked that. Okay, then I take it back. Defendant, please answer the question. I needed money. You needed money? Well, you see, Desi loves to spend it. It's kind of her hobby. Not exactly the best hobby in the world, huh, Nick? My salary wasn't nearly enough, so yes, I see. I stole data from the company. Come again. KB Security has a lot of security info on all sorts of companies. And since I was a security team chief, you stole some data and sold it. Mr. Bullard found out, and I was fired immediately. Wah! I wish I had never asked that. I was somehow able to keep it secret, made it seem like I had quit on my own. What is it, Nick? You don't look so good. Someone who brings harm to their company is fired as punishment. You do well to remember that. He sure told you. So you admit that you stole data from your company, is that correct? Yes, I'm sorry. This is a very important fact. Please add it to your testimony. Aw, man, this whole thing just took a big turn for the worst. Crashed and blew up. It's gonna take the jaws of life to... See, now I fucked up. Well, probably not, but... Let's see what other messes I can get into here. Right. Yes, yes. Oh. Darn it! So I can't go back and do those other things. Well, okay, staying quiet wasn't an option, but... But see, this seems to contradict what the other thing says. But I'm going to press this first. Hold it. Just what were you being blackmailed about anyway? The blackmail letter said if you don't want your identity revealed, correct? I'm sure it was referring to the whole mask-to-mask thing. Objection! Objection! Oh. Well, I pressed on it, but... That sucks. Oh well. Tisk, tisk. I'm afraid that reason isn't going to hold up anymore. What do you mean? The victim had no proof the defendant was mask to mask. But you were the one who stole company secrets only 1 year earlier. But that was all over with once I was fired. But it is true that the fact that I stole secrets was kept under wraps. Even so, there was no reason for me to pay up now. Well, yeah, see, that's what I was saying. That he would have started blackmailing him immediately. Is that really true? What is it, Nick? The fact that Ron was stealing company data. I wonder if he would have had a problem if that had ever become public knowledge. Not especially? Nah, I guess not. But didn't you just say he might? Always avoid unpleasant or inconvenient facts. That's one of my rules. Don't try to get ahead of this by acting all cool. Press! Why would you do something like that? Well, for Desi's hobby, what else? Wasting money, huh? It's not a waste! So Ms. DeLite doesn't know her husband was fired, does she? So it would seem. I'm not sure what to think about couples who keep secrets like that from each other. I can't believe it. This case has gotten even Maya to think seriously about couples. Please try to stay focused, Mr. Wright. There wasn't much to his testimony, was this is the post-wrap-up, yeah. Sounds like he's avoiding something, at least that's what it sounds like to me. Uh-oh, I've got a bad feeling about this. We'd better be careful. Don't find a way to make him spill the beans. Ah! Then I'll have to become the bean slinger that I am. I'll have to send in the great Melvini to sling those beans all over the place. One good lava fava will have him spilling his guts. Yeah. Alright. So now we press.
Objection.
And no, that's not going to hold up. Yep. Yep, so now we're doing this again. Yeah, I wonder if he would have had a problem if that had ever become public knowledge. Obviously, it's yes, he would. Mr. DeLite, I believe you would have been in considerable trouble if your identity as a company data thief was made public. No shit, Sherlock. Irk. Look, Mr. Wright, what are you trying to do by bullying your own client? I have no fucking clue, Your Honor. Ha! Men are like colonies of bacteria. The more heat you apply, the faster they grow. That's exactly right. Well then, feel free to keep up the heat, my little lawyer amigo. Little lawyer amigo. Yes, now, come on. Provide some evidence to back up your assertion. Aha! I don't care about this question. All I care about is coffee count going to number 3. But yeah, no. It would in fact be trouble with the missus. It's his wife.
Take that.
Mr. DeLite, what you said just now doesn't match what you told me yesterday. Huh? What doesn't? I think you must have been scared. Very scared. Of having a certain person find out your secret. Gulp. A certain person? Ms. Desiree DeLite, the defendant's wife. Well, but listen to me, my Desi, she's... Looks like if I just sit back and relax, the fun will end before it truly begins. Godot. I mean, yeah, in this case, Phoenix is doing Godot's job for him by proving that my client had motive and was bullied by the blackmail. I don't know what the fuck Phoenix is doing. I never know what the fuck Phoenix is doing. Yes, we know. It was all your... Don't you say that. It was all your wife's fault. What do you mean? Mr. DeLite stole company data to pay for his wife's spending habit, for which he was fired. Unable to face his wife, someone used his dirty little secret to blackmail, or unable to face his own wife, someone used his dirty little secret to blackmail him a year later for some reason that we're all conveniently ignoring. And that is how this murder came about. Oh. No, everything is falling neatly into place for him. Don't talk about my Desi like that, or you'll be sorry. Well, it seems that we've learned a great deal of things here so far. What do you think, Nick? I didn't think it was possible to get so thoroughly whipped in just 20 minutes. Clearly, there was sufficient motive for murder. He stole data for his wife, and he killed to protect his secret. A family man who cared just a little too much. The motive is clear. Let's move on. Ugh. What happened at the crime scene at 1 in the morning, Mr. DeLite? Come on now, tell us. We're all ears, especially since I may or may not actually have eyes. I'll tell y'all what, though. I require some tea. So we'll get to Ron's testimony, or his second testimony, after I take a quick break. Be good while I'm gone. Alright, I'm back. Just in time, it looks like. Because it seems like my, Switch was about to go into hibernation mode. Anyway, speaking of lives, mine was upstairs. It happens. Anyway, when I entered the office, there was a When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. Yeah, see, that looks like at me. Suddenly I was hit on the forehead. After that, I remember being a bit dazed. If I hadn't been wearing the... Okay, yeah, no. This makes perfect sense. Hadn't been wearing that. That's decidedly ambiguous. When I came to, Mr. Bullard was lying there dead. I see. Suddenly hit on the forehead, huh? I believe that detective from... Yeah, see, I said the same thing. I believe the detective from yesterday provided similar testimony. He said that Mask the Mask struck him on the head from behind. Of course, since Atney turned out to be the culprit himself, that was all a lie. Ha! No one's going to believe a pathetic lie like that. What are you saying? I really was attacked. We'll find out if what you say is true or not during the cross-examination. Got that, Mr. Trite? Don't go easy, just be... Look, idiot. What about the previous cross-examination would make you think, even for a second, that I'd go easy on my clients? I'm an idiot. I'll grant you that. But, like, I literally got the guy to give, like, to skewer himself and to confess to stealing company data when I really didn't fucking have to. Okay, I'm sure I actually had to for story progress, but still. I don't know why you would think that I would go easy on my client after what I just did through bumbling incompetence. Aha! I, at this point, might just get rid of the broken glasses counter. In fact, I think I will. Hopefully I'm wrong and I'll put that back at some point, but for right now, it feels like Adrian's major role in the story is over. So it would just be weird to have that sitting there at 0. I'm sad. I really am. But oh well. The cups of coffee counter is going to remain a thing as long as Godot is here, so... It'll be fine. If I see any sign that you are, I'll treat you to another cup of my special blend. You don't need to worry about that, Mr. Godot. I'm a professional idiot. I have faith in Ron. I know he didn't do it. Alright. So I can press the first statement. A suspicious shadow. This sounds an awful lot like the Blue Badger. Was it the Blue Badger again? Who was this suspicious shadow? If I knew that, I wouldn't have told you suspicious shadow. Okay, close enough. If there were 1,000 me, and if even one knew, I'd tell you, trust me. He's dodging all our questions. He's not helping us win his case. Okay. Then how was the victim Mr. Bullard at that time? What do you mean by, how was he? Was he already dead? Was he still alive? Maybe he was the one who hit you in the first place. Yes, Snowy. All of the pineapples. That's a good question. What do you think, Mr. Wright? Forget it. Suddenly, I was hit on the forehead. After that, I remember being a bit dazed. A bit dazed, yes. Need some more. Not on pizza. No pineapple on pizza. Your forehead. Yes, I was hit on the forehead as soon as I entered the room. It was an amazingly fast and powerful attack. Do you remember anything about who hit you? Well, like I said, it was a fast and powerful hit. So I think I was a little dazed for a while. I don't think Mr. DeLite even grasped what you were asking. Chicken and pie... So that is decidedly not kosher, young man. Yeah, I'd like to show him a fast and powerful attack myself. Maybe that would knock some sense back into him. Alright, so I'm going to ignore this statement conveniently. And now press on this one. Hold it. When you came to. Yes, I was passed out in the corner of the room. Do you know when your assailant made their escape and to where? How could you, like, chicken and pizza don't go together? You can't have milk and meat, and that includes poultry. No, Pokey Delta. Mia had it much, much, much worse. Ron isn't deliberately trying to sabotage his case. Phoenix was. I'm afraid I don't really remember. Huh? Once they hit me, I lost all track of what was going on. I think that's when they made their escape. Ha! That's certainly a convenient story for you, isn't it? It certainly is, isn't it, Mr. Wright? It almost sounds practiced. I don't know why you're telling me. If you've never had deep dish pizza, don't knock it till you try it, young man. We heard this from Mr. DeLite yesterday, didn't we? There's not much in this testimony either. I bet you he's still hiding something. I wouldn't be surprised, we'll just have to draw it out of him. Except I suck at art, so I can't draw anything. I just hope he doesn't make things any more complicated. Watch how he will. Alright, so I've pressed on everything. Presenting evidence on anything ain't gonna help me. So it's time. Dude, what the hell were you wearing? Hold it. That? Could you please clarify what you're referring to? Why, my mask-to-mask costume, of course. What? Why? Who? Why again? Wait just a moment. Mask to mask? Huh? Oh, did I forget to mention it before? Just to be on the safe side, I dressed as mask to mask. And then I descended upon the office of the CEO of KB Security. What? Nick, did you know about this? He never told me this. You were there for everything he told me. So, no? You refuse to call it pizza. It is pizza! And I'm not getting sidetracked into this conversation when I am trying to make story progress. I don't recall him mentioning it to me either. Even I didn't know that. Oh god, it's causing his visor to... Whatever that is, that really can't fucking be good for him. Wow. This threw everybody for a loop. New Yorkers wouldn't know pizza if it got shoved up their ass. And that's the hill I'll die on. But then that's just because I think everything about New York is inferior to Chicago. Snowy, I gotta die somewhere. A hill is as good a place to die as anywhere else. Probably better than a basement, because I feel like if I die anywhere in my house, the cats will eat me. You're the one who comes in here starts talking about pineapples. This is not my fault. I've been trying to be good and make story progress today. It seems our little friend really loves to keep secrets. I'm sorry, I just never had a chance to mention it up until now. Wait, that's not right. You know how sometimes things just slip your mind? Sixth cup? Did I miss cups of coffee? I don't think I did. I don't think I did. Okay, Snowy, this guy says he drinks up to 17 cups of coffee per trial. That's why we've got the cups of coffee counter. And this guy likes his coffee very strong. It's a wonder he's still alive, but I get a feeling. Snowy, if this guy is who I think he is, I don't think he can die. Because I mentioned this last time, especially with me accidentally bumbling across that Godot is Diego Armando, right? Go is, but like, especially with all that, first of all, I see the bot. Second of all, I was told to only count it sliding into his hands. Because that's a definitive usage of when he gets a new, well, sliding into his hand after he's finished one. Because it could just be the same. It could just be the same cup of coffee that he's drinking. Because it's not like everyone just quaffs an entire cup of coffee. Well, he might, but like until or unless I have definitive proof that it is a new cup of coffee, I can't assume that he's not just drinking the same cup. But yes, Snowy, I'm pretty sure this fucker can't be killed. Because I think someone tried to poison him before with a lethal dosage of a very deadly poison, and he fucking lived. So 17 cups of coffee in one day, even if they are strong, would not fucking kill him. Hi, Snowy.
Is this working?
Yes.
Yeah, it's working.
You missed me talking about how this guy is basically immortal.
No, actually, I heard that.
Oh, good, because that was directed at you.
Yeah, you said you weren't sure if he could F and die.
Yes. Because, again,
It
if
gets
he
you a lot more
is...
good life.
I mean, granted, it's based on a supposition. But I think it's a pretty strong supposition that this guy is Diego Armando.
Diego who?
The guy mentioned in the previous case that was poisoned, he was Mia's ex-boyfriend. Well, not ex-boyfriend. The only reason he's her ex-boyfriend is because he was allegedly killed. But he was poisoned.
I've missed far too many streams to know what you're talking about.
Yeah. bottom line is Ace Attorney is convoluted bullshit. Diego Armando, former boyfriend of Mia, was allegedly poisoned in the courthouse by Dahlia Hawthorne, who is Phoenix's psychotic girlfriend. And I'm pretty sure he lived.
I thought we discovered that it was convoluted bullshit in the first game.
Oh yeah, we did. But here's the thing. It's only gotten worse since then.
Especially since they don't seem to know how courts work.
I mean, no, nor do they seem to know which court system they're dealing with.
Oh, great.
I feel the need to correct my coffee counter here because Godot is clarifying that it's his 6th cup. But here's what I'm going to do. Because I feel like there needs to be some kind of compromise. So what I'm going to do...
swap out the coffee for tea. Swap out his coffee for tea.
I mean, that's the smart thing to do.
Or
but
hot chocolate, the one or the other.
I'm going to put this as a slash, right? So before the slash is the cups that I actually see him getting new cups, right? When I see it sliding across the prosecutor's bench into his hand. The second one is going to assume that, like, every single animation where I see him with a cup of coffee, it's a new cup of coffee.
That will go up pretty quickly, I reckon.
It probably will. So you know
and
what?
It's
Maybe
probably the right way to deal with it.
I don't know. This whole count got fucked when he said 6 and I was only on 4. Anyway.
I have no idea what's going on in this game.
Good. Neither do I, and I've been playing the game.
I also want pizza, and it's all your fault.
It's not my fault. You came in here talking about food.
It's pineapple!
Yes, that is a food.
Yeah, but it's not associated with any meal or dish.
It's associated with the worst pizza dish.
The best pizza dish. We could have made you pineapple sorbet.
That sounds horrible. I don't want it.
I've never actually tried it, so I wouldn't know.
It probably tastes like pineapples.
Gee, who'd have thought?
Well, it's like my dad always says about bananas. Bananas have only one problem. They taste like bananas.
My dad was the same about bananas, actually. He would not eat stuff like banana split. If he did, he would eat only the ice cream and everything else, but not the banana.
I mean, it makes... And at which point, just order the frickin' ice cream, not the banana split.
Yeah, exactly.
At any rate, is there anyone... Actually, I don't think you have a script, do you?
Who?
You.
Good for what?
For the game.
No, I don't.
I didn't think so.
I also don't like reading off the screen either because of the lag.
No, because of lag. But that's how most, that's how people like LG or Ellison or Midori, right? That's how they can read and do voices and things while
I think
I'm
they've
because Dawning sent them all
LG's
scripts.
probably lag of me.
No, LG.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah, because they've got scripts.
I see what you mean now. Yeah. But I'm not staying around for long anyway. I'm just waiting for my nurse to call.
Fair enough. Well, at any rate, we can't ignore this new piece of information. Witness, please correct your testimony. I'd have been killed if I hadn't been wearing my mask-to-mask costume.
Also, I can't get pizza because they're closed.
What time is it there?
10:32. They open in half an hour.
Well, that's not, like, they open sooner for you than they do for me.
That's true. Unfortunately, they don't have your pizza here. Otherwise, I would give it a try.
I mean, there's only one place you can go to get genuine deep dish pizza anyway. Anywhere else.
That's out of the question.
Hmm?
Obviously, that's out of the question.
Press if you want to advance. What?
Means press the statement. And I do in fact want to advance. Why were you dressed up as Mask to Mask? Why? Because I'm Mask to Mask, of course. What are you talking about? Mask to Mask trial is being held next door. At me. Yes, I guess so. Anyway, at that time, I thought I was being blackmailed over the Mask to Mask issue. So
Yeah,
I thought
seems to be about 30 seconds delay.
There might be, yeah.
Just based on what's on screen and what you're saying at the moment, so...
Makes sense. It does look like I have no dropped frames.
No, it'll be on my end.
I mean, I'm slightly concerned because it is windy today, and sometimes that interferes with my signal. Because branches get knocked over and shit. And trust me, I know all about branches getting knocked over by the wind.
Do we want to know why?
You know why. Because of that incident, like, a year and a half ago, where the wind literally split a tree in half, and it fell on my van.
I can't remember what I did yesterday, let alone a year and a half ago.
Yeah, well, that's only at this point, what, the, third most expensive car incident that I've had in the past year and a half.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. Last year, when I had to replace the, what was it? The van was having some major problems with its emission system and AC. And this year, I just had to sink about $3,000 into my car fighting issues with its emissions system because the damn thing kept stalling on me. And hello, Franziska von Karma. Welcome back. And lightning bolt-haired dude is Luke at me. He sucks. So I thought I'd go as him just to be safe. Oh boy. Let me tell you, it's a real pain to move around with that cape. That's why it took me a lot longer than I'd expected. Took a lot longer? What is he talking about? Wait and see is never the right option. Press harder. What do you mean by took a lot longer? Oh, opening the safe, of course. My cape got caught on the safe door, you see. This all happened while I was, I should have waited and seen, shouldn't I? Because now we're talking about him hiding Bullard's body. This all happened when I was hiding Mr. Bullard's body. What was that? Back up a second. Yes? You were the one that hid the body in the safe. Well, yeah? Inconceivable. Why?
Oh,
just why? What reason could you? Well, he thought it would be safe in there. Right?
That's not how courts work either, game.
I mean, none of this is how courts work. Why? Just why? What reason could you have? What were you thinking? Okay, so this would be another one. Right, so that would be this counter goes up to 7. And no, this isn't a date. For your sake, Franziska, there's been a split in the space-time continuum when it comes to coffee counting. Because Godot insisted that he had 6 cups of coffee when I'd only seen 4 slide across the prosecutor's bench. So the number before the slash is number of times that I've actually seen a new cup of coffee slide across the prosecutor's bench and into his hand, thus confirming that it is a new cup of coffee. The number after the slash is just every time I see him in an animation with a cup of coffee.
This guy seems to be powered by caffeine.
He is. That might be the secret to why he can't die.
Even though the caffeine's about to kill him.
Now, question. When does someone toss their dirty shorts in the washing machine? When they've got enough other dirty shorts or laundry to make a full load. You don't just put a single pair of shorts into the washing machine.
Now you tell me.
What? The answer is simple. When they take them off. As usual, I have no idea what you're saying. Do you mean that Mr. DeLite hid the... Yes, Phoenix! I got that! I don't see how Phoenix and the judge don't get this metaphor. I'm pretty sure Godot is playing 5D chess, and everyone else is eating checkers.
Are they chocolate checkers?
They might still be the plastic checkers. Ha!
Oh.
So you're not as stupid as you look. His metaphor this time was really obscure. Mr. Wright, you don't mean that you knew about this whole safe business, do you? Well... maybe? Why am I the only one not in the loop here? Because the loop is in Chicago, Your Honor, and apparently this takes place in Japanifornia.
Japanifornia.
That's what they call this, right? Because
Is it?
Well, here's why. Because the first case of the first game required it to be in the LA time zone because of a time difference between it and France, right? Between LA and Paris. But obviously, this is more of a Japanese-style society, and at least a little more of a Japanese-style court system, with terms like pleading the fifth, indicating that it's an American court system, thrown in.
Sounds to me like they haven't a clue how court systems work in either country.
They really don't. But either way...
What was the fifth again? That's
It's a fifth of whiskey. You drink it.
That is not helpful.
The Fifth Amendment...
Oh, right to remain silent.
Yeah, essentially so, yes. You don't have to testify if you're going to incriminate yourself.
Makes sense, yeah.
Now, this guy... incriminates himself left, right, and center without even really being aware that he's doing it. But that's fine. I'm sure this is fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Even when the house is on fire, it's fine.
Yes. Witness, make sure you add this to your testimony. Yes, sir. Uh-oh. Looks like a storm front is moving over the fair-weather judge. I panicked and hid the body in the safe. It took about 10 minutes. Fascinating. I'm a press. Why did you hide the body in the safe anyway? Well, because it wouldn't fit in the drawer. Good answer! Hid the body in a safe because it wouldn't fit in a drawer. Ugh, that's not exactly what I meant. When I saw the corpse, I kind of lost it. I thought, if they find his corpse, they'll think I did it. Ha! I think you had a simpler reason than that. Alright, so that would be 8. Because I saw him drink the last cup. Okay, let me clarify. If it was every time I saw him with a cup of coffee in his hand, you're right that would skyrocket. So I'll only increase the count after I see him drink the coffee. I get a feeling this is going to end up fucked up one way or another, but I just don't care. I'll have to consult LG again as to what to do. It's because you killed him. That's why you spent 10 minutes hiding the body.
They have a coffee maker in the courtroom or something.
No, the first time he gets coffee, we don't know how the fuck he gets coffee. We still don't know how the fuck he gets coffee.
He just has an unlimited supply coming at him.
Well, I don't think you've seen the coffee sliding across the prosecutor bench animation yet.
Not yet, no.
But, like, that's how I see him get it. And we don't know where it's coming from. He just holds out his hand, and all of a sudden a mug of coffee shows up. This guy's got a fucking superpower.
Superpower to summon coffee.
I mean, look. I've already established that in this universe we have Superman, who's disguised as a bellboy, and Pearl, who can run as fast as the Flash. So, I'm out of plus Damon Gant canonically is established to be A, an evidence magnet, and B, literally is so warm that he heats up a room by multiple degrees just by walking in it. So compared to all of those, the ability to summon cups of coffee doesn't exactly seem like a very potent power. I mean, it's useful for him, but...
Not only does this game not know how courts work, it doesn't know how the world works.
I knew that. That certainly makes more sense. Hold on. 10 minutes? What is it, Nick? I just had a thought. Uh-oh. Phoenix is thinking again, Snowy.
That sounds dangerous.
It's probably more dangerous than when I think.
And that's already extremely dangerous.
Considering that my my head catches on fire, yes. And considering the fact that I have more hair than usual, which is flammable, very much yes.
Is that why I was handed a fire extinguisher as soon as I joined the channel?
Good.
I don't know where the fire extinguisher came from, but I was given one.
It probably came from Dawning. All right, Phoenix, let's hear what this epiphany of yours is. Under those circumstances, would you normally try to hide the body? And spend 10 whole minutes to do it? Under those circumstances? What circumstances? Oh! Hey, Nick! If you think his behavior was so strange, why don't you present some evidence that would show just what those circumstances were? That's it. I'll take a look at the court record and... Okay. I was gonna say, it probably is the buzzer. Well, I don't know if it's the buzzer or if it's the fact that the buzzer went off at 1:02 a.m.
It's a red button, you're supposed to press it.
Oh, believe me, we did. It set off a whole set of alarms and Gumshoe got mad at me. I was laughing, though. We heard this from Mr. DeLite yesterday, didn't we? There's not much in this... Yeah, okay. So we're right back here. Yada, yada, yada. So let's present... Because if I just present the buzzer, there's no evidence directly that the buzzer was pressed. So I'm going to present the buzzer record. Objection! Your Honor, could you please take a look at this record? And what might this be? The record for the emergency buzzer that connects the CEO's office to security. If the button in the office is pressed, a security team is supposed to come running. And according to this record, the buzzer was pushed once at 1:02 a.m. What? If Mr. Ron DeLite truly was the murderer, then he would have ran as soon as that buzzer sounded. After all, a security guard would have been headed his way. Objection! Ha! Let's remember who we're dealing with here. He probably had no idea. No. Let's remember who we're dealing with here indeed. He used to fucking work for that company. He knew exactly what that company was and how this system worked. How is this guy supposed to be a potent threat? Like, the game keeps telling me that, but it doesn't show it. Objection! Up until 1 year ago, my client was working as a chief of security for that fucking company. There's no way he wouldn't have known about that. Objection! But, as it turns out, the guard... But he wouldn't have known that the guard wouldn't have shown up. He would have assumed that the guard would have shown up. That was nothing more than a coincidence. The fact that the guard was just a pathetic loser who had just gotten punched in the face by his ex's new boyfriend. Yeah, hi Larry Butts. And wasn't anywhere in the vicinity was not something Mr. DeLite could have known. Way to out Larry's dirty laundry to the court, Phoenix, but sure. Objection! Ha! Again, remember who we're dealing with here. Your visor is smoking again, sir. I worry for your health and safety. It's a sure bet that Mr. DeLite didn't...
I thought we're worried for his health and safety when he was drinking 17 cups of coffee a day.
Nah, he's fine. That's what gives him his superpower. Drinking coffee gives him his superpower to summon more coffee. It's a vicious cycle. It's a sure bet that Mr. DeLite didn't even notice the buzzer going off. Objection. This buzzer is extremely loud. There is no way he could have ignored something like that. If he had been conscious, that is. Conscious? What do you mean by that? ... Ugh. Aha! There it is! There it is! Let me know when you've seen that animation, Snowy.
Did I miss it by looking away, did I?
You probably did, yes.
I looked briefly at the other monitor.
Nice
For
job.
about 2 seconds.
Nice job. Fine. Let's hear your theory. Recall the defendant's testimony. The moment he entered the victim's office, someone attacked him. Mr.
Oh, sorry.
DeLite's...
Was I supposed to do that?
No, you weren't. Mr. DeLite said he felt dazed. I'm willing to wager that he was knocked unconscious for at least a few minutes. Unconscious? So he fainted. That's why Mr. DeLite didn't know that the buzzer had sounded. And that's why he thought he had time to hide the body. So, what are you trying to say? Mr. DeLite was knocked out, and the buzzer went off soon afterwards. That means Mr. DeLite wasn't the fucking murderer. Now, unless my client was able to hit the buzzer while he was... well, shit. Snowy, did I tell you I cooked in my sleep again last week?
No.
I cooked again in my sleep last week.
Anything good?
No.
Oh.
Like, I keep some boxes of like an instant noodle meal, not like ramen, like more so like mac and cheese. I keep a couple of those around just in case I'm rushed for dinner. And one of them was missing. And there was a pot in the sink when I woke up in the morning that wasn't there the night before, and my wife didn't know about it. And the pot was greasy and clearly had food prepared in it. And I know that I sleepwalked and was not in my room the whole night because the bedroom door, my bedroom door, was open. And when I go to...
not only did you cook, you must have ate it too.
I did, yes. Which, again, would not be the first time. But yeah, no, so I am very, very, very good about making sure that my door is completely and totally properly closed when I am awake, because I don't want the cats getting in my room. There is Lego there. So the fact that not only was my door not properly latched, it was actually open a little, implies that certain felines had noticed that my door was not quite as closed as it appeared to be, and nudged it open and were wandering around my room at least for a little while I was sleeping. Or potentially while I was out of... I don't know. But not good. The bottom line is, Phoenix, I know about sleepwalking. Your client may have possibly been able to hit that buzzer while he was unconscious. Now, that's probably not where this story is going. But I felt the need to mention it as a possibility.
There is a difference between sleepwalking and unconscious.
No, because I literally do not remember any of this.
Yeah, which means you're asleep. You wouldn't be able to do anything if you were unconscious.
It's possible. It can only mean that there was another person in that room. That's right. Whoever it was, they knocked out Ron DeLite and then pressed the buzzer. Probably meaning to implicate Ron for the murder, and again, it was just a coincidence that the guard never actually fucking showed up. Order in the court. Mr. Wright, this is... Objection. This is preposterous. It was this kid. Ron DeLite is the one who killed Kane Bullard. Objection. Then who pressed the buzzer? It was the victim, of course. He pressed the buzzer when the defendant attacked him. He didn't die right away. He must have held on long enough to push that button. Ack. So Kane Bullard sounded the buzzer himself. What is your opinion on this, Mr. Wright? I need to prove that the real criminal was there at the scene, but how? Can I prove that it wasn't Kane Bullard who sounded the buzzer? I can prove it all right, or I'm not ready yet. There were no fingerprints.
It sounds like you're not ready.
The game sometimes does this, yeah. I was potentially thinking that he died because of the blood, but the autopsy report doesn't actually say that he was knocked out or that he died instantaneously. But Pokey Delta has a point that there are no fingerprints on the buzzer, which I do remember, which was why I didn't want to present the buzzer as my evidence here. Because if I had done that, they would have said no fingerprints. So yes, I can prove it. The defense's opinion is this, Your Honor. This piece of evidence proves that it wasn't the victim who sounded the buzzer, and it's the buzzer itself. Because there are no fingerprints on it. Whoever it was able to wipe away their fingerprints. I believe this is the piece of incontrovertible evidence. Oh god, this was probably wrong. The emergency... Oh, never mind. It's not generic. The emergency buzzer. Is there some kind of clue? Well, there is a lack of clues on it, and that in and of itself is the clue. Absolutely not. Aha! Let me know when you see that animation, Snowy.
Oh, there it is.
Huzzah! Do you see what I mean about him basically being able to summon cups of coffee out of nowhere?
Not only that, but it moves quickly and doesn't spill.
Yes! This is some bullshit, but it's really funny. And it's apparently his own blend of coffee, too. Hey, come on now. At least give some thought to what you say before opening your mouth. I'm Phoenix Wright. I never do that. Also, I'm me, and I never do that either.
Yeah, we know that. Oh, I just got an eBay ad.
Enjoy.
I got an eBay ad.
But no, thinking before you're speaking ruins all the fun. The fact that there are absolutely no clues is itself the clue. Now I'm the one who's clueless. This button
wasn't you.
Well, the judge is always clueless. This button has no fingerprints on it. If Mr. Bullard had really pressed it himself, naturally, he would have left his fingerprints behind. Objection! Ron DeLite, obviously. No, he had no fucking clue that the buzzer had been sounded. Objection! Why would he? A guard could have come in at any moment. He touched that button. I know he did. Objection! The defendant, Mr. DeLite, was dressed as Mask to Mask. And Mask to Mask always wears gloves. What reason could he possibly have had to wipe the button free of fingerprints? Order, order, order. Snowy, what are we ordering?
Big Mac.
Okay. I shall have a deep dish pizza, por favor. We'll wait until you deliver our order.
Don't think McDonald's does deep dish pizza.
It's fine, I'll wait. Ha! It would seem... Aha! That you have gotten another cup of coffee. Oops, that's not the right one. It would seem that I've been forced to... See, he at least acknowledges when he screws up. He's very civil compared to, like, every single other prosecutor. Even if he did launch his coffee at Phoenix last time.
That's battery.
There was no battery or salt involved, I'm sorry to say. Also, if you really want to talk about assault and battery happening in the courtroom, Franziska von Karma's whip is a lot more of a violation of that than a cup of coffee thrown across the room in anger.
Oh, jeez. And no one gets into trouble for it.
No, it's all acceptable behavior in this court of law. I love this game so much sometimes. It really is funny. I wonder what blend number crow-flavored coffee is. However, if the real killer was there at the scene, why would that person press the emergency buzzer? To frame Ron DeLite. ... Shouldn't they have run away without putting themselves in extra danger? ... What's with this awkward silence all of a sudden? Ha! It looks like you're fresh out of parlor tricks. They're on to you, Nick. Just give me a minute to collect my thoughts. The real culprit killed Mr. Bullard at around 1 a.m.
Anyway, I'm off.
Well, see you around, and thank you for stopping by, Snowy. I was getting very lonely without my goblins here.
Have fun. Bye, chat.
I do have fun. Alright. And Mr. DeLite just happened to waltz in when the murder was taking place, right? The killer clobbered Mr. DeLite and then sounded the buzzer. Even though security was supposed to respond right away if the buzzer was pressed. Security was supposed to respond. Time's up, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you have to say. Very well, then. Oh ho, you've got some guts. I like that in an opponent. Why did the real killer sound the emergency buzzer? They didn't mean to call the security guard to find out what it did. Hey, big red button, I'm gonna push it and see what it does. But no, I think they were deliberately trying to summon the security guard to frame Ron DeLite for murder. Because it's still going to take the security guard some time to get up there. So they pushed the button, probably while wearing a glove or something themselves, and skedaddled right out of the room, hoping that the security guard would stumble across the dead Kane Bullard and Ron DeLite's potentially not very unconscious body. The killer knew that if they pressed that button, a guard would come running. And that was exactly what they wanted. Do you mean to say the killer called the guard on purpose? Yes. Although, as it turned out, he never showed up. Because he was getting his clock cleaned at the time. Alright, so that's number 12. Ha! What a touching story. You're saying that the killer had a change of heart and called the... No! To frame Ron DeLite! How much more obvious can I say this? No, I'm not. When that buzzer sounded, there were 3 people in that office. The victim, Kane Bullard, who was already dead. The defendant, Ron DeLite, who was out cold and dressed as Mask to Mask. And that's Luke Atmey's silhouette. You can't convince me otherwise. The third person, the real killer. Hypothetically, yes. Now then, in this situation, if the real killer made an escape, what would happen? The only ones left in the room would be the victim and Ron DeLite. And if any security guards came running in at that time, they would think that I was the murderer. Yes. Yes, exactly. That was precisely the real killer's objective. To frame Ron DeLite for the murder. Two! So he deliberately took a sip of that coffee just to spit it out. Order, order, order. Ha! It would seem. Another one. I've been made to eat my words once again. See, he's acknowledging this. He hasn't thrown a fit or a cup of coffee this whole time. He's a lot more civil than Kilometers lost his Edgeworth. Actually, you've been made to do a spit take with a cup of coffee. Actually, you made yourself do the spit take with a cup of coffee because it seemed like you deliberately drank it and then spat it out. But Mr. Wright, who was it? Who was it that tried to frame me? Wait a second. I'm the one and only Mask to Mask, so... Nick, you mean the real killer is... We're going to drag that person in here right now, despite the fact that he's on trial next door. But who is it? I don't have any solid proof yet, but think about it. The killer knew Mr. DeLite's identity, and they also knew that he had been called to KB security that night. So the killer used him to execute a well-crafted plan to murder Kane Bull. So then who the fuck stole the urn? How many Mask to Masks are there any fucking way? Now then, let's hear your accusation, Mr. Wright. Who was it that framed Mr. Ron DeLite for the murder of Kane Bullard? And this was why we had to hurry up with this fucking trial. Because if he got convicted of being Mask to Mask, we would never get him again. An ace detective has acknowledged that he is in fact Mask to Mask. Mia got the brains, Maya got the mystic ability. No, Mia had the mystic abilities. And Maya's mystic abilities are so-so. Anyway, it's fucking Luke Atmey. Detective Luke Atmey. He's the only one who could have done it. Ace detective. Luke Atmey? You mean Mask to Mask did it? Your Honor, the person being tried in the court next to us. Okay, yes, you were being... Look, we need to be nice to Maya, because she's a good little goblin. Your Honor, the person being tried in the court next to us is not Mask to Mask at all. He is, in actuality, the true murderer of Cain Bullard. Order! Order! Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Theft and murder. Which is the more serious crime? They are not even close. Murder is the more serious crime, of course. It's a capital crime subject to capital punishment. Please remember that. Please remember the trial from yesterday, if you would. Even though it was, what, a fucking month ago at this point? When Luke Atney confessed, there was a huge commotion in the courtroom. Of course, a famous detective was unmasked as, well, Mask to Mask. Instead of being convicted of murder, he was found guilty of grand larceny. That was his true objective all along. To be found guilty? Mask to Mask had the perfect alibi for when the murder took place. He was stealing the urn at Lordly Taylor. In other words, being found guilty as Mask to Mask was Luke Atney's airtight, watertight, and unassailable alibi. Theft is an alibi for murder. I mean, look, I'm pretty sure I said this when everyone keeps hitting this on the head that he couldn't possibly have messed with the data. I'm pretty sure I specifically said, yeah, I bet you the game is fucking bullshitting me and he messed with the data. But we'll see. A guilty verdict? As an alibi? You know, it's almost time. For what? For Luke Atney's verdict. It was a pretty simple trial, after all. He did confess to the crime. If we're going to stop this trial and stall that one, we need to do it now. Of course. That's assuming you have proof that the detective was the one who committed the murder. That's kind of what I figured. We're not just going to drag him in from one courtroom and into another based on literally nothing. Mr. Luke Atney's trial has indeed attracted the attention of the entire country. If we were to intrude and fail to provide adequate proof of his true crime, Mr. DeLite would be left with no grounds for appeal. ... Am I really sure about that? Am I really sure about anything? Ha! A bet's only good when your life's the ante. Mr. Wright, I believe in you. Mr. DeLite. So, please, I'm begging you! Thanks, but my decision will determine the rest of your life. Can I really risk your life like this? Phoenix. Hey, Mia, I saw you. Hi. Exclamation mark. What was that? Don't stray, Phoenix. For your client, take the path of trust. That voice. It sounds like... me. See? I also was saying, by the way, that there can be males who have some kind of spiritual or mystical power. Even though nobody in Kurain Village has seen it before and it's always been the women, Phoenix has gotta have some kind of latent spirit powers. This wouldn't be the first time that he's heard Mia's voice, even though Maya doesn't seem to be channeling her. Your Honor, The defense requests an immediate recess. Ha! So that's your answer, huh? Very well. I've decided as well. This court will now take a 20-minute recess. Mr. Wright, when we return, please summon Mr. Luke Atme to the stand. I mean, Mia might really want to give him a kick up the ass, yes. But he'd still have to have some kind of latent spiritual power to notice her. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, so I literally just fucking got away with that without actually presenting any evidence. Sure, why the fuck not? October 14th, 11:58 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 5. Or Courtroom no 5, except there is a 5 in 11:58. Hey, look, it's Winston Payne.
Well, Sir Detective Atme?
I have to say, Mr. Payne, you performed splendidly.
Oh no, Sir Detective Atme. You were the one who...
Whoa! Ah! Here I thought all the judges were clones of each other. But no, it goes to fucking figure that there would be at least 2 judges and there would be a second one running this one because the same judge can't run 2 at the same time. That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong this trial. Objection! This court finds the defendant Luke Atme. Hold on. Hold it. Wait. Don't hand down your verdict yet, please. Well, Sir Lawyer, welcome to my courtroom. Who's this hoser? Oh, so we have a Canadian judge. Who's this hoser, eh? My name is Phoenix Wright, Noodleman at law. We've never met before, Your Honor, because I always get stuck in the other guy's courtroom. And I wish to file an accusation against this man, Luke Atme.
Accusation? You accuse Mask the Mask?
That man is not Mask the Mask. He's just a ruthless murderer. What a... To be continued. Well, I'm actually making significant progress today. Fuck it, let's go for broke. October 14th, 12:14 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, no 4s. Well, again, there's 2 4s there. October 14th, and then 12:14. This game keeps lying to me.
My sis?
See, she wasn't channeling her at all. I could have sworn I heard Mia's voice.
So then, she's still alive inside your heart?
Nicky boy! Oh, Ms. DeLite. Is it true that detective is the real killer? To be honest, we don't have any definitive proof. But he's the only one who could have done it. Wasn't he at Lordly Taylor that night? Not to mention, we don't exactly know. Yes, we do! I've been saying this since the fucking start. You look at this, right? The blackmail letter here was very clearly meant for him, right? If you don't, I'll take that red diamond you received the other day instead. So Luke Atme was blackmailing Ron DeLite, who was the guy in the Mask to Mask costume. Kane Bullard found out and blackmailed Luke at me. But I said this right from the fucking start when I saw this blackmail letter. And it was just, so I think the urn was just collateral damage because it happened to be something that was, that Atme had access to. Well, when was this letter sent? I don't remember if they even mentioned when this letter was sent. Because I don't know if I mean, I don't think it would have been sent that much in advance, but whatever. But obviously the blackmail letter was for Luke Atme, and I've been saying that since the fucking start. I mean, why would Detective Atme want to kill Kane Bullard? Oops, it's almost time. Better get back to the courtroom. I need to find some solid proof. It's got to happen sooner rather than later. October 14th, 12:21 p.m., District Court, Courtroom No. 6. No. 6 is correct. Now then, this court is back in session. Mr. Luke Atme, please take the stand. But since you were nearly convicted of being the master thief, absolutely put that thing back when you are done with it. We will be keeping a very close eye on you. Well, how do you do, Sir Lawyer? I never would have thought to see you acting so recklessly. Well, thank you, Pokey Delta. I'll probably forget all of that, but I do intend to press everything. I never would have thought to see you acting so recklessly. I couldn't let them hand down your verdict just yet. Not when it would have given you your perfect alibi. An alibi by the name of Mask to Mask. I'm sorry. I'm afraid even the great Luke Atme has no idea what you mean. Of course, I have been in the next courtroom ever since 10 o'clock this morning. I'm afraid there is no way I could know what's been going on in here. You've been in the defendant's seat all day long, correct? Being tried as Mask to Mask. Indeed, it's truly child's play to fool the ignorant masses. Not only did the poor fools ask me to protect their valuables, they even gave me a generous reward upon returning their own property to them. Take this red diamond ring that sparkles upon my divine finger, for example. Red diamond, huh? So you continue to insist that you are in fact Mask to Mask? Of course. Very well then, Luke Atme. Let us begin with this simple question. On October 12th at 1 a.m., Kane Bullard was murdered. Where were you at that time? One without knowledge lacks even the knowledge that he should be ashamed of himself. But don't worry, I will not hold it against you, Sir Judge. Thanks? Aha! This count really is fucked up. All right, Mr. Atme. The night of the murder. Speak. We're all ears. As you wish, Sir Prosecutor. The alibi. I was stealing the urn as Mask to Mask, just as I announced I would. I had more than enough time to prepare. It was a pathetically easy job. The photograph contains no words, but in this case, one turned out to be my witness. The time at which the camera captured Mask to Mask was the same time as the murder. It seems the main point of discussion will be this photo of the crime scene. Everything else up until now was all part of his plan. There has to be a secret in this picture as well. There might be? Even the great Mask to Mask cannot be in two places at once. True. Unless there were two. Now then, if you'll excuse me, I have a verdict to receive. Hold it! Unfortunately, Mr. Atme, you still have to do your cross-examination. A fool is too foolish to know that he is a fool. Who are you, Franziska von Karma? I think he's trying to say that you're full of it, Nick. The only thing that's full of it is his alibi. All right. Press the button. Hold it. So this photograph is the proof, correct? Indeed it is. And the man in the photo is certainly... And the man in the photo is certainly wearing a mask. That won't fit on your fucking face because your nose gets in the way. That is why I am called a Mask to Mask. But conveniently, that also means there is no way to tell who this really is. What do you mean? Objection! Ha! Are you saying that this is not, in fact, Luke Atme? That it could be an accomplice dressed up as Mask to Mask to create an alibi? Oh ho! What an interesting idea! Are you saying that I, Lone Wolf Luth, have an accomplice? That's not where I'm going, no. If Luke Atme was at KB Security during the murder, then the Mask to Mask in this picture has to be a fake. Then there really was an accomplice. But right now, I have no idea who it was. I don't have any idea right now either. Baseless objections are just what that guy wants. There's gotta be another way. I'm going to find it. That's not what I meant to do. Press. Hold it. I believe Adrian Andrews hired you at one point. That's right. That was over 20 days ago, if I'm not mistaken. You sent the calling card to Lordly Taylor 10 days before the heist. That would mean you sent out the card after you began your security watch, right? Indeed. There was no reason why I couldn't do both jobs at once. It was the perfect opportunity to steal my latest target. I see. You truly are evil, aren't you? Yes, but, like, not in a cunning thief way. In a murderer way. Yes, evil is what I am. Hey, Nick, isn't there something odd about this? Detective Atme was always proud of his ace detective skills, right? But if the urn was stolen from Lordly Taylor while he was the only one watching it, he'd have no way to maintain his perfect ace detective persona. You know, that's true. It is kind of odd. ... Let's press 3. Hold it. So by photograph, you mean this piece of evidence here, is that correct? Indeed it is. That is it. The very thing that proves I committed the crime. The very thing that proves you committed the crime. when you think about it, it's really odd. You say that almost as if you had this picture taken on purpose. Objection! He was simply caught by the very camera that he had set up. We all have days like that. Indeed, it turned out that there was no such thing as a perfect crime after all. Life is truly an ironic thing, a sad blue melody. It looks like I'd better gather more information for now. If he's truly the killer, there's got to be something phony in that photo. Alright, about the camera that took this photograph. Oh, come now. It's all too clear what you're thinking. Huh? You think that I altered the timestamp on this photograph, don't you? I'm afraid that's it. Everyone keeps saying that. Everyone. But it's, like, in this universe, abso-fucking-lutely nothing is impossible. And the more people tell me that it's impossible, the more I'm sure that it is in fact possible. Also, I'm counting this as a new cup of coffee, because I saw him drink the last one and he started sniffing this one. That camera was set up by Lordly Taylor, and on top of that, it was Lordly Taylor's staff that printed that picture's data. Unfortunately for the defense, there's no way that picture could have been altered. Bullshit! I see. It looks like I'd better find something else that could be suspicious. So, this alibi is false? It has to be, or he couldn't have killed Mr. Bullard at KB Security. But I'm not really spotting anything unusual. There are two possibilities. Either the mask in the photo is a fake, or the photo itself is. So let's press this one again. Right. Right. There's something that's gotta be fishy about this photo. I mean, again, everyone keeps saying that the timestamp can't possibly be faked. Maybe Pokey Delta was onto something when he said that there's no date stamped there. Okay. The very thing that proves you committed the crime. Right. Could not have killed Kane Bullard unless I had an accomplice. Come on, think long and hard about that night. The basement warehouse and the picture that supposedly captures it. Amy Faye? It's got to be here. Isn't there something funny about this picture? You bet there is? Are you implying that this picture is a fake? You bet I am. There's definitely something strange about this picture. Alright, court evidence. Moving Amy Faye. box doesn't seem to have pink stains on it. Actually, yeah, let me check the court record. Okay, technically, it could be on the side that he's obscuring. Because the paint is already on the ground, so the box was... So that's not correct. There's definitely something strange about this picture. We took a look around the basement warehouse that night before the theft took place, and there's something in this photo that doesn't match my memory of that night. Very well, then let's hear what you have to say. What about this photograph do you find funny? The fact that Luke Atney's nose fits behind this mask. No, it's probably this. The funny part is right here. Why, this is a blood stain. Aha, blood! Now this case is getting interesting. Not exactly. This stain is actually pink paint. Oh, just paint. And peach-colored at that. Now the judge is disappointed. From blood to peaches. This judge sure loves going on his wild tangents. The problem with this photograph is not the paint. The problem is when you consider the layout of the basement warehouse. It turns out that something that should be there is nowhere to be seen. Tut-tut-tut! Well, Mr. Wright, what is supposed to be in this picture instead of the paint stains? Amy Faye. The supervisor of the treasure exhibit stated the following. Well, there's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime around noon, that golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall. I realized that the statue would be the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it where you first saw it. I myself was there the night the theft took place, and saw the statue in that spot. If this picture was truly taken on that night, then that statue should have been there. Objection! But when I was there the day after the theft, or when I went there the day after the theft, that statue of the old bag was sitting in the corner. Perhaps it was somehow pushed there accidentally? Your Honor, this statue is slightly larger than yourself and quite heavy. It would take more than an accidental push to move it that distance. Ha! In that case, can you prove it? Can you give us the rhyme and reason as to why that statue was moved? Well, I still haven't fucking figured that out now. Can you do it, Nick? Never mind who moved it. The real question is, why did they move it? Yes, that is what he asked. I don't know. Well, Mr. Wright, I hope you are prepared with your answer. I mean, nearest I can figure, Atney realized that his photo wouldn't work as, like, maybe the photo was taken the night before. He edited the timestamp and the data on the computer, but now then, Who was the one that moved the golden statue on the night of the... Well, there was only one person there. Look at me. The one who moved the statue is none other than Luke Atme. Come now, Sir Lawyer. There you go again, on one of your strange delusions. Everyone is fucking delusional here. Desiree calls Ron delusional, Ron calls Atme delusional, Atme calls me delusional. Mr. Wright, what basis do you have for your strange delusions? It's very simple. The witness was the only one in the basement warehouse that night. That is indeed very simple. However, why would I want to move a heavy golden statue? The reason for moving the golden statue. Here's where our battle really begins. Well, Mr. Wright, what reason did the witness have to move the statue? The reason can be found here in this photograph. Tut-tut-tut! Exclamation mark. Luke Atme, you pretended to be masked a mask to create an alibi showing you were at Lordly Taylor that night. Dot. But this photograph contains a single fatal flaw. If the statue had been there, your lie would be exposed like cheap film at a drugstore. That is why you had to move the statue. A single fatal flaw. It's the fucking paint! Interesting theory. Please enlighten. So again, he took that photo the night before when there was no statue in the room at all. And then the night after, when he was planning on committing the murder and presenting the photo of Mask as his alibi, he realized, well, shit, this statue would have been in this photograph if it was taken this evening. Okay, is it... It's not the paint again. Because that would be too odd. So, again, the line of thought is he saw the paint in the photo, or he knew that the paint would have been in the photo, and he was like, oh shit, if this statue is here, they can tell. So I'm guessing the lie is the date stamp itself, because it just says 005843, not what the actual date was. So it was taken the night before, and the paint proves it. So that's the lie. Naturally, the lie in this photo is the timestamp. Well, what do you mean? I'll tell you exactly what I mean. On the night in question, Luke Atme went to KB Security and murdered Kane Bullard. Therefore, it's obvious. It would have been impossible for him to have been at Lordly Taylor at this time. Tut-tut-tut! Exclamation mark. But what does that have to do with the statue being moved? Remember, if you will, Your Honor. When was the statue placed besides the warehouse door? Well, the statue was taken down to the warehouse on the day of the crime, and it was placed there in order to cover up the paint. Exactly. Luke Atme had already decided on the time when he was going to kill the victim. And so, in order to create an alibi for that time, he took this picture days before the murder took place. What the? Of course, the statue hadn't yet been brought down to the basement warehouse yet. Ah. So on the day of the crime, Mr. Atney must have been quite nervous. As nervous as a long-tailed cat in a rocking chair factory, so to speak. Why? Because something that wasn't supposed to be there had been brought down and placed where it wasn't supposed to be. And that is why Luke Atney had to move the statue on the night of the murder. He did it to make the room match the way it had been in his photo. Dot. Order. Mr. Atney, is this true? One moment, Your Honor. Have you forgotten this? Well, what's that? The data for the basement warehouse computer. According to this, the camera did indeed go off on the night of the crime. Objection. It's true that the camera had been set up by the Lordly Taylor staff. However, the program used to manage that data was yours. That alone would have allowed you to tamper with the data. Order. Mr. Godot, what is the meaning of this? The meaning of this is that I need more coffee, Your Honor. Number 16. Godot, I warned you about making me wait. Now put that coffee down. Okay. Now my count is really fucked up. Because I don't have 11 as either of them. Alright. I don't understand what does or does not count as a new cup of coffee at this point. I'm just going to change that second one to 11. Because we're just going to... The second one is either going to be based on whatever the fuck I think it should be based on, which is clearly wrong, or what Godot says. But, like, I've still only seen that coffee animation 9 times. My 11th cup. I've promised to drink no more than 17 during a trial. Which means I'm still good till the last drop. However, the defense has a very good point. A good point. So what? We are all but travelers on a road of infinite points. I think he's got his points mixed up with his other points. So you say this photo was taken ahead of time, and that the statue was moved in order to make it match. That's a very interesting idea. However, there's one point that can't be denied, which is... that it's only a possibility. That is, in fact, correct, yes. So I still don't know. It's been a two-cup lag. Maybe I missed 2 animations when I wasn't looking, but I've been paying attention. That it's only a possibility. Men that are trapped by the chains of maybe can never reach their dreams. That's very true. No way. Don't fall for that, Your Honor. Hey, Mr. Damask. Ron says, yes? Yes? If there's no funny business in your actions as mask to mask, there should be no problem with you telling us your strategy. So let's hear it. Yes, please provide this court with your testimony about your plan to steal the sacred urn. The sacred urn heist. I first received the request from Lordly Taylor about 20 days ago. The urn was placed in a box and zvari! It was then sent to the warehouse. Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. I knew it was an extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days beforehand. I then handled security by myself to ensure that my crime would go smoothly. At last, I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 a.m. on October 12th. That's pretty much all stuff we've heard before, isn't it? Yeah, but we will find the truth hidden in the nuggets of new information he gave. Witness, you're sure there are no mistakes this time? Zvari! Very well then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Okay, so I don't want to press on statements 2, 3, 4, or 6, so I want 1 or 5. Or I want 1 and 5 before anything else. Press. You were asked to guard the urn by Ms. Adrian Andrews, is that right? Indeed. It seemed that they had heard of my sparkling reputation. I see Ms. Andrews is still attracting the weirdos. You'd better watch out too, Maya. So I don't want to press here, or here. So that's 2, 3, 4. This is 5. And that's 6. So I want to press on 5, because no progress is good progress. Then no one entered the basement warehouse. Unfortunately, there were many different treasures being taken there. Thus, for a period of approximately 5 days, people were indeed going in and out of the warehouse. Alright. Let's... press here. You mean this box? Yes, that pathetic box. And Lady Andrews was especially taken with that urn, and she wouldn't let anyone enter the storeroom, not even me. Huh, interesting new tidbit. Press here. So you're sure that you had never seen the urn before? Indeed. You may ask Lady Andrews to confirm for yourself. My security was focused entirely on the entrance to that warehouse. However, look at me, let no information whatsoever slip through my fingers. Press. You mean this calling card? That's right. That is, without a doubt, my calling card. I guess Mr. DeLite didn't make this after all. Of course, because Atme knew the emblem. About the emblem. Making this card authentic would have been child's play for him. Alright, press here. And this is the photo that proves that, huh? Indeed. To be honest, even if a photo was taken, I didn't think it would matter terribly much. Hey, Nick, if this photo is a fake, Detective Atney might have stolen the urn whenever this was taken. That's true. You know, he's been saying he never saw the urn until that night. If we can prove that he's lying there, we can wrap this up and put a bow on it. I need to take a good hard look at the court record. Is this just gonna be that the... I don't know? Not a lot to go on, is there? That detective's been covering his tracks. There's only one thing we need to prove in this cross-examination. That he took this photo well before the actual night of the crime. Alright then, how do we do that? There's one thing that Atney stated very clearly. That he had never seen the urn before he stole it. We need to prove that he's lying. How? Becoming the purloin, the most priceless work of art on display, blah blah blah. Oh! Duh! Speckled urn. Okay. So let's present the calling card. Because he says speckled urn. So, present the calling card. Objection! Mr. Atney, if you really are Mask to Mask, then you also wrote this calling card, correct? But of course! Is there a problem with that calling card? Allow me to read a passage from the calling card that Mask to Mask had written. Take good care of the... Yep, the speckled urn. Now, the speckled here surely refers to this pink pattern on the sacred urn. Yes, that is true, but so what? Truth be told, there is no way Mask to Mask could have known about this pattern. What do you mean? This pink spotted pattern on the urn is actually nothing more than paint stains. Paint stains? And these stains did not appear until after the urn had been taken to Lordly Taylor. I'm not finding this joke to be very funny, Mr. Trite. It's not a joke. The day that the sacred urn was taken to the warehouse, the urn was broken due to human error. Or, should I say, an error-prone human. And that's when the pink paint got on the urn. You can't be serious. And yet this calling card clearly mentions the paint pattern. Which means Detective Atney had seen this urn long before the crime ever took place. In fact, he saw it when this fake photo was taken. Woohoo! And because this photo is a fake, your alibi for the night of the murder no longer holds water or coffee. Glug! Witness, do you have anything to say for yourself? Grr, All right, that did it. He's broken. Nick? I think it's still a little early for a victory pose. Huh? Aha! Ha! It's so sad. No one has any conviction these days. Conviction, you say? Yesterday, we all decided unanimously that this man was masked a mask. And now we're calling him a murderer. You don't think we're being a tad fickle? You basically did the same thing with Ron DeLite. So you don't have any grounds to get all high and mighty on us here, coffee grounds or otherwise. That's a good point. No way, don't fall for that too, Your Honor. You say that Luke Atney was the one who killed Kane Bullard. Then let me ask you this. So we're finally getting the motive, and again, read this blackmail letter carefully. It wasn't meant for Ron DeLite. It was meant for Luke Atney. I can present this right now, and we can just bypass whatever bullshit testimony he's about to give. An excellent point! ... exclamation mark. Motive, Mr. Wright, motive! Might you my merry, murderous motive manifest? Yes, I have it! I have had it basically since I saw that fucking blackmail letter. Nick, he's getting his second win. If he prepared an alibi and pinned his crime on Ron DeLite, as you say, he must have had a very strong motive for murder. Yes, $50,000 or a red diamond ring. The only one with any the only one with any motive we've seen is Ron DeLite. Isn't that right, detective? Indeed. According to my own research, the boy's motive is clear. Without a motive, it's nearly impossible to prove guilt in a... We've fucking almost done that before. Like, Will Powers was almost convicted for the murder of Jack Hammer when he had no fucking motive to do it. Now, to be fair, there was some slightly stronger evidence in that case. We don't even have any... Like, okay, all we've definitively proved is that Luke Atney saw the urn prior to stealing it. We don't have any proof as to when he actually stole it. Now then, maybe you can enlighten us as to what the defendant's motives were. He was being blackmailed. I'd be honored to, Sir Old-Timer. They're doing everything they can to make Ron look suspicious. Despite our lack of hard information, this may be our only chance. Motive for murder. Hi, Luke Atney had no points of contact with the victim whatsoever. Kane Bullard decided to investigate mask to mask and simply mistook who he was. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron DeLite. And it was again Mr. Bullard who harbored a grudge against Mr. DeLite for his betrayal. And Mr. Bullard's mistake is quite excusable. The defendant truly believes he is Mask to Mask. That is why Mr. DeLite saw it fit to kill Kane Bullard. Truly a tragedy. So the victim, Kane Bullard, blackmailed the defendant. No. The victim, Kane Bullard, blackmailed the witness. This is the blackmail letter. We've established this all previously. Like literally with Ron DeLite's testimony earlier, but sure. This is the blackmail letter found in the defendant's apartment. A handwriting test confirms that Mr. Bullard was indeed the one who wrote the letter. Yeah, we know this, Phoenix. We know this. In fact, I'm pretty sure it already said written by Bullard before, but sure. Very well, Mr. Wright, begin your cross-examination. Press the everything. Press! And who in the world is going to prove that? I will. ... exclamation mark. After doing a thorough background check of Detective Atme and Kane Bullard, we were unable to find any links between them. It's all in the report. You need to read reports more often, Mr. Trite. Perhaps they were connected through their work. They were both involved in security. Nope. That was blunt. In any case, the only one with a motive was Mr. DeLite. Press. Mistook? That's right, mistook. From the Old Norse, mistaka, meaning to take in error. That wasn't what I meant. Just who did the victim mistake Mask to Mask to be? Oh, why, the answer is obvious. Ron DeLite, of course. Boy, I'd like to wipe that smug look off this guy's face. Press harder! Why would the victim mistake the defendant for Mask to Mask? Don't you already know that? Zvari! Take a look at this newspaper. Oh ho! That's the famous Tears of Emanon, a magnificent jewel. That photo shows a magnificent detective as well, does it not? Furthermore, it also shows an ugly guard, namely the strike that, reverse it. Not that I'm into guys, but like, Luke, you're fucking ugly as shit. And Ron DeLite is not ugly. The defendant? The victim clearly misread this article, and Zvari! He got the wrong impression. The impression that this ugly security guard was in fact Mask to Mask. Again, put the two of you side by side, and most of it's your nose and your ridiculous hair. I see. That was an unusually reasonable deduction. So I know what I've got to do here, right? I do have to I do have to present, and honestly, I think I would have figured this out even without Pokey Delta basically mentioning it, but Like, it's clear that that letter was not sent to Ron DeLite. And I've been saying this shit for weeks. So y'all know that I had this figured out even before PokeDelta told me to present it on this statement. But because I'm me, I gotta press. Hold it. You mean this blackmail letter right here? It says, bring $50,000. And the handwriting is without a doubt the victim's? There's no mistake. We have an official report to prove it. Again, Mr. Trite, you really need to read all of these reports. But I don't see an addressee on this letter anywhere. Yes, okay, they're really hitting this nail on the head. An addressee? This letter was discovered in Ron DeLite's apartment. And Mr. DeLite did show up at the designated place in time. The fact that there is no addressee is irrelevant. I wonder... What's up, Nick? I just had... Oh god, Nick is thinking again. What if that blackmail letter... No shit! Whoa! Do you have any evidence of that? Yes, Phoenix. Yes, Phoenix. There is something that's not quite... And I noticed it immediately. Well, everyone, are you quite satisfied? No. But I'll circle back to this later. What do you mean by... We know what he means by that. Although I suppose we technically may not have had to prove earlier that Ron DeLite stole data, but whatever. Oh my! I was certain you were already aware. Zvari! KV Security has a lot of security info on all sorts of companies. And since I was a security team chief, I stole data from the company. Okay, so maybe I actually had to prove that earlier. Kane Bullard had yet to forgive young Mr. DeLite. Which is why he sent him that letter upon mistakenly believing he was the thief. Here is a file that we discovered in Mr. Bullard's office. Evidence that Mr. Bullard was receiving money through blackmail. However, isn't this a bit odd? Why did the defendant pay Mr. Bullard the money, even though he wasn't actually masked to mask? On that point, there was an unfortunate bit of chance. Press? Hold it. Do you really think that story is going to hold up? That assertion is not merely my own, I'm afraid. What do you mean? I have here a memo from Ron DeLite's wife, Desiree DeLite. Aha! Rana thinks he is masked to mask. Don't you feel sorry for him? Please don't think too badly of him. Ha! Well, Mr. Trite? Ugh. Was he trying to act like Ms. DeLite just now? I thought he was actually pretty convincing. Press. Now that's just your imagination talking. Come now, Saloya. I'm afraid imagination isn't the right word for it. This is a deduction, the result of carefully applied reasoning, something that a simpleton like you would never possibly be able to comprehend. Can we hear that careful reasoning for ourselves? Dot. It's a long story, and better saved for another time. Very well, another time. Those so-called long stories aren't usually all that long. At least not in my experience. So, you're going to try to connect Detective Yes. Detective Atme to Mr. Bullard, right? Yeah, that's right. Hopefully it won't require surgery either. In that case, we'll have to talk about the blackmail. That's true. And again, they're hitting this nail really on the head. Since we don't have enough information, I pressed him a lot, yes. Nope. Nope. Game over, jackass. Objection! Mind if I ask you a few questions, Detective Atme? Well, if it's just a few, I guess it's all right. When you said that this letter was addressed to Ron DeLite, I couldn't help but notice one major contradiction. Yeah, no, I really couldn't help but notice it, because it was standing there glaring at me like a giant gaudy red ring on a finger. A contradiction? What do you mean by that, old bean? I don't know. We're a walking contradiction like you. Get off saying things like that. You're one to talk. At times like these, men are made to express themselves with their fists. Why don't you show us what you've got there, Junior? Indeed, time to man up, Mr. Wright. Okay. Show us the contradicting evidence in the content of the blackmail letter? I don't have the... It's what it says, right? If you don't, I'll take that red diamond you received the other day instead. What does this mean? I don't get the question here. I really don't. Like, the only thing I can think of is that it's the fucking letter itself. Because they're not asking me who it was for. But they're also not letting me select the actual... Because I would love to select the text. I don't understand the... I don't understand the question. I literally do not understand the question. I know what the contradiction is, but it's literally not letting me. Like, I don't get it. Like, it's not asking me who it was for. I don't understand what the question is. And I don't have a little goblin to explain what this question actually fucking means. I know I'm on the right track. But, like, they really, really, really phrased this question horribly. I mean, I'm just going to fucking assume that they want me to present him and suggest that he was the one that it was meant to go. Because I literally have no fucking clue. I know I'm on the right path. But what the fuck is... Because it's not letting me actually... It's really not phrasing this question well. I think I figured it out. Maybe. But, like, the phrase for this question is really, really, really fucking stupid. So I think after, like, 5 billion years, it's Kane's list. Because it doesn't have a red diamond listed on it. Maybe. So what the fuck is it? If I seriously get a fucking game over because of this... Because they're not phrasing the fucking question properly. Because again, the contradiction is, I'll take that red diamond you received the other day instead. So, that's the actual fucking evidence. This is bullshit. This is absolute bullshit. Because, again, I went through literally everything that I thought that it could be. Alright, let's actually... It's still this. Right. So let me actually save here, because I'm not getting a fucking game over because of this. I abso-fucking-lutely refuse. Because that's just absolute goddamn bullshit. It really is. Because I swear to Arceus, like, they're not asking me who I think that it was blackmailing, right? Because I said that it was Luke at me, and no. The letter itself with the red diamond is not correct. And then the list of, like, Kane's list is not correct either. I don't fucking know. This. How? How? I don't fucking get it. Oh, that's the fucking direction that they wanted me to go in. Uh-huh. Color. I'm not much for discussing color myself. According to the clipping, the color of the stolen jewel was blue. However, in the blackmail letter, a totally different jewel is mentioned. I'll take that red diamond you received the other day. Red? Which means the red diamond described in the blackmail letter. Who the fuck said that we had to prove that? This is bullshit. I'm so goddamn confused. Okay. Objection. And your point is, Mr. Trite? So are you trying to say that this blackmail letter... Yes, that's what I've been trying to say forever. But you guys phrased the question so fucking stupidly. And I still don't even fucking understand the answer. It's difficult to understand the answer when I didn't fucking understand the question. Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. Yes! For the 5 goddamn millionth time, that is what I am trying to say. About time you actually ask a fucking question that is clear and concise. This jackass. Yes, he was blackmailing you, Detective Ant-Me. Tut-tut-tut. Do you have some sort of basis for that claim? Yes, the giant red diamond you have on your finger. You have been personally involved in every single mask-to-mask case. And in the last case, you recovered what was stolen and received a jewel as your reward. A jewel? Probably the one wrapped conspicuously around your finger. That red diamond ring. That is the diamond referred to in the letter. Yes. 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 We finally got here. I don't fucking know how we got here, because I still have no clue what the fuck the judge was asking with that question, but... which means that Kane Bullard wrote that letter in order to blackmail yo-yo obsessed user. I mean, Detective Luke Atney. Order in the court. Order, I say? Objection. It seems you've gone too far with your childish pranks, Mr. Trite. Uh-oh, I don't like the way he said that. Kane Bullard blackmailing Luke at me. Are you for real? Yes, I am. Nick, come on, stand up to him. Then answer me this. The blackmail letter contains the following passage. If you don't want your identity revealed to the world. Yes, it certainly does. Kane Bullard threatened to make Luke Atmey's identity public knowledge. An identity he wanted to keep secret. So just what was that identity? Atmey killed Kane Bullard because he was afraid of his secret becoming known. What was the identity he wanted to keep secret? This is what it all comes down to, Nick. The identity that Luke Atmey wanted so desperately to keep secret was his identity as... Ace Detective, no. Mask to mask, if I say that, we're back to square one. A blackmailer. Luke Atmey was a blackmailer. ... Exclamation mark. Objection. Hey now, isn't that a little different from what you've been saying? You said that Kane Bullard was the one blackmailing Luke Atmey. Are you saying that Atmey was blackmailing someone? Yes. Yes. Ugh, you have to admit that it does sound a little odd. It's not odd, it's the only thing that makes any sense. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke Atmey. But Ron DeLite was also being blackmailed by a certain someone. So, did you start receiving blackmail letters after this incident? Yes, just a few days after the Tear of Emanon heist. After that, I started getting the plans in the mail. I received plans from some very kind person, incredibly detailed plans. Detailed plans? In which case, that would mean that Ron DeLite was actually Mask to Mask. That is what we are claiming. Someone else came up with the plans and had Mr. DeLite steal his targets for him. And that someone was none other than Luke Atmey. Shh! Silence! ... Now I see. It's all becoming clear. What is? When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. A super F. Careless, with the tendency to jump to conclusions. Am I wrong? How did you... You say that I, Luke Atmey, was blackmailing Ron DeLite. In which case, I would naturally know all about his relation to Mask to Mask. Well, yes. Ron DeLite started receiving plans from his second crime onward, correct? Which means I learned of his identity when he committed that first crime. Good point. You certainly couldn't have blackmailed him otherwise. Aha! In that case, let's see some hot, bitter evidence. During the first crime, how did Luke Atmey know that Ron DeLite was Mask to Mask? I'm guessing it's this. I think I see it. See what? When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Gets into lots of mischief trying to be the center of attention. What do you mean? This newspaper clipping. It has a picture of you and Ron DeLite in his guard uniform. It seems that Mask to Mask didn't just disappear into thin air. He just took off his outfit and hid it in a bucket. That sounds far too stupid to be true. Correct. With tricks like that, he couldn't fool a baby, let alone an ace detective. And that's when you figured it out, Mr. Atney. That's when you learned that under his mask, Mask to Mask was really Ron DeLite. What the? Wasn't he supposed to be Mask to Mask? Not only that, it looks like he wasn't even an ace detective. I can't believe it. He was just a slimy blackmailer. What a fraud, trying to pass himself off as an ace detective. Why you? How dare you expose me like that? ... Why I mean, I've never blackmailed anyone in my life. I'm famous and proud ace detective, and also Mask to Mask. Why can't you understand that? I'm afraid you are neither a proud thief nor an ace detective. You're a blackmailer and a murderer. That is your true identity. Why, you... How dare you imply that one is capable of never his fault to send when you yourself with those big mouth of yours? You're really fools, I say. None of you can compare to my genius. You're all just yours. So good. Desecrate me. Each detective cannot handle blackmail threats. Oh, it's enough to make one laugh. It would seem we finally arrived at the real answer. Yes, because you actually asked questions that made fucking sense. We would have been here 20, 30 minutes ago if you'd actually asked a question that made sense and didn't keep tripping me up over something so goddamn stupid. That was quite a performance by Mr. Atney. Bailiff, please prepare a cell for Mr. Atney. Objection. Oh! By his count, he's wrong. The hammer that strikes too fast has no time to aim. Well, what do you mean? I'm already prepared to deliver my ruling. Allow me to say one thing. I will be the one to judge. You're not the one named Judge, but whatever. You don't get much more in your face than that. It appears that your claws weren't quite sharp enough, Mr. Trite. Well, what are you... It's true that you've proven a lot of things. Things like Luke Atney was a filthy blackmailer. And that he wasn't at Lordly Taylor on the night of the murder. Okay, that's right. That's why he's the one who killed Mr. Bolt. But there's still one thing you have yet to prove. What's that? Just because he wasn't at the warehouse doesn't mean he was at the murder scene. Therefore, if you can't prove that, this pitiful excuse for a man... Therefore, if you can't prove that this pitiful excuse for a man was at KB Security, then I don't see how a verdict can be delivered. No way. Order in the court. Oh, good. Well, Mr. Wright, this is it. This is the final round. I've got to prove that Atney was at Mr. Bullard's office on that night. But can you really prove that? That's long enough, Mr. Trite. I want to hear your answer. That night, Luke Atney was at KB Security. Oh, Jesus. I mean, I'm pretty sure the only thing I can do here is say, and the defense can prove it, because I'm kind of up shit's creek if I say I can't. right? Like, I really am up shit's creek if I say no. I can't, but, like, because, I mean, but can I prove? So, okay, what's in my court record? Kane's list? I haven't used that as evidence yet. But what does that exactly prove? Ow. All that shows is the, well, all that shows is, that he was waiting for Mask to Mask, which was Ron DeLite. I don't know. I mean, I have to say that that I can prove it. I have to. The defense can prove it with, oh good, with evidence. Are you sure? I don't fucking know. Ha! Don't you worry, I'll watch over you as you break down and fall to pieces. Very well, then let's see this proof. This is what I was afraid of. This is what I was afraid of. Did I screw up? What evidence do I have? I screwed up. Again. Well, maybe it's this. Nope. Well, well, another cup of coffee. Now, technically, this is an optional cup of coffee, but uh-oh. The flavor of my special Godot. Now, he technically didn't drink that. But sure, I'll still count it. It's bitter. Very bitter. Come on, Nick. Don't give up now. It will be over. Can't prove it. I don't think I can. I can't prove it. Just as I thought. But, if we hear more of Detective Atmey's testimony... Objection! Unfortunately, that's as far as you go, Mr. Trite. What do you mean? I won't allow for any more testimony. That's what I mean. What? Have you forgotten? Luke Atmey is here after we interrupted his own trial. And you have failed to prove that he committed the murder. I think it's time for this witness to return to his own trial, even though we conclusively prove that he's not Mask to Mask, and face his guilty verdict as Mask to Mask, again, even though we conclusively proved that he wasn't Mask to Mask. No.
Well now, Sir Lawyer, it seems that love wins out in the end after all. I am the ace detective, as well as mask to mask. My verdict will verify that. Just as Ron DeLite will verify that he is the true murderer. I declare that with the full force of my ace detectiveness.
Order. Order in the court. That's enough deliberation over this witness.
I can't believe this. At this rate, Ron is... Don't give up now, Nick. We still have tomorrow. We can look for more evidence and... Why, then it'll be too late. Huh? Well, why?
Double Jeopardy. One of the basic... Okay. So technically he threw that last cup, but he didn't drink it, so... I don't know. I'll still count it. One of the basic rules of any court of law. Yep, double jeopardy. Should a defendant be tried and found innocent in court, that defendant cannot be tried again for the same crime. This is a fundamental rule, well, in all courts in the United States. And it applies to this witness as much as it applies to any... Okay, but we're not actually trying him for murder. This is the murder trial for Ron DeLite. Mr. Atme will be found guilty in a matter of minutes. Guilty as mask to mask, which means he will be innocent as far as the murder of Kane Bullard is concerned.
No way.
The fact that you were unable to prove Mr. Atme's guilt of that crime here, that's actually kind of bullshit, because this isn't a trial of Luke Atme. This is a trial of Ron DeLite. Luke Atme gets a separate... It's just like yesterday when he confessed to being mask to mask during the trial. That wasn't his trial for being masked. So no, double jeopardy doesn't apply if you weren't on trial in the first fucking place. I will consult with my legal specialists on this, but... That's completely and totally false, though. Again, this isn't the trial for murder for Luke Atme. But I still, like, first of all, what's-his-face can't. Like, Godot can't block further testimony. I want further testimony. Yes, I object. I absolutely object. What do you mean you end the cross-examination of Luke Atme? Objection! Fuck off! I think I see it, Your Honor. When you were a child, this is what was on your report card every year. Has poor hearing and often makes mistakes as a result. How did you... Phoenix, raise your head up high. Have you forgotten what I used to tell you? A lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. Oh good, Maya's channeling Mia again. That voice, no way. Yes, hello. Long time no see, Phoenix. Mia! This is the true power of the Kurain channeling technique. I know that's really Maya who's standing before me, but right now she's my mentor, Mia Fey. Now, let's do this. But there's nothing more we can do, Mia. Without any more testimony, I can't cross-examine... Not yet. The testimony... Yeah, that's what I fucking said! What do you mean? Your Honor, just now you said something very interesting. You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today. Yes, that's true, but... Unfortunately, Your Honor, you're forgetting something. Earlier, after the last cross-examination, this witness made a number of remarks. Well
Now, Sir Lawyer, it seems that love wins out after all, in the end after all. I am the ace detective as well as Mask to Mask. My verdict will verify that, just as Ron DeLite will verify that he is the true murderer. I declare that with the full force of my ace detectiveness. Yes, but those comments appear to have no importance whatsoever. Very well, then we shall prove their importance via cross-examination. At any rate, as long as the witness has made these remarks, we, the defense, assert our right to question them. Is that all right with you, prosecutor? Oh. Interesting. Interesting. Nothing. Oh, Sir Lawyer, it looks like you're one step too late. If you think such falsehoods will do anything to me, look at... Let's hear it. He changed his tune quickly when Mia showed up. Huh? It's true that the witness has made some remarks. So then, let's hear this last bit of cross-examination. Mr. Godot, what are you... Very well then, Mr. Luke Atme, I'm going to allow the defense to cross-examine your earlier remarks. The defense would like to hear why you declared the defendant to be the true murderer. So please give us what... Yes! Thank you. Phoenix, this is it. It is our absolutely last chance because I am down to almost nothing for my battery. Yes, Chief. Indeed, it is true that I was not at Lordly Taylor. What? I had to leave to see about another vitally important job request. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph ready. Why? My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron DeLite. And thanks to the keycard and wallet, it was abundantly clear he was there. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? The victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. DeLite was... Huh. And how did you know that Mr. DeLite was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit? You were on trial for being mask-to-mask when he said that. And the blackmail letter. The victim likely just mistook the color of the jewel. Zvari! Therefore, all evidence points to that poor boy. This testimony actually seems to hold up. No, it doesn't. The witness's earlier remarks do not appear to have been hastily prepared. All of his points have been explained and none of them seem to contradict anything. But of course! But, how did you know about the emergency buzzer? The police investigation documents went directly through me. Why and how? And I always look over all the documents. It's elementary, Sir Lawyer. Grr. Are you going to make even more trouble for us now, Sir Lawyer? I will not allow any of your usual shenanigans, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Cannot postpone Luke Atme's trial any longer. This is your last chance. Okay. Hang on a sec. Just one chance. Ha! It seems that the party is about to begin. Well, Phoenix, there isn't any evidence that contradicts with that testimony, but the testimony contradicts something. So it would seem. What do you mean, so it would seem? Listen, Phoenix, pointing out contradictions doesn't always mean you have to present evidence, does it? At any rate, this is our last chance. If you can't point out a case-breaking contradiction, you lose. That's all there is to it. Aha! Now we're way over, regardless of whose count you use.
No, I'm sorry. That is more than 17 cups. Cup number 17. The last cup. It seems like the time has come to put an end to this trial. I have to find a fatal contradiction. Yes, I know. I know what it is. This would probably be an infinite penalty. I'm not going to screw around just in case. It's this one, because he wasn't in the room when he heard this, or when Ron said this. Hold it, buddy. Mr. Atme, about this last remark. Objection. You still don't get it, do you, Trite? This isn't the time to be pressing the witness on every little statement. I'm afraid you're the one who still doesn't get it, Mr. Godot. What? Mr. Atme, it seems you have finally admitted that you were in the CEO's office on the night of the murder. How can you say that? Let's review your testimony, shall we, Mr. Atme? The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? Mr. DeLite was wearing his Mask the Mask outfit. Is that correct? Indeed. That's what I said. My deductions are absolutely foolproof. More like your deductions prove that you're a fool. I'm sorry. Whatever do you mean? For some reason, I'm starting to get really thirsty. When exactly did we learn the fact that Ron DeLite was dressed as Mask to Mask when he went to the scene of the crime? That was, it was just a few hours ago, back when my sixth cup was looking at me with a cold stare. Oh, I suppose I should change that 21 to a 17. Because it's supposed to be what he reflects the count as. So somehow I started by being 2 cups behind. Now I'm 2 cups ahead and I'm confused as all hell. Huh? Oh, did I forget to mention it before? I'm sorry, I just never had a chance to mention it up until now. That's right, the defendant had yet to tell anyone else this fact before this morning. Therefore, the only people who should know this are those who have been watching this trial. Do you understand now, Detective Atme? There is no way you should have known about that. You were in the next courtroom being tried as Mask to Mask. So then, enlighten us. Just how did you know about that piece of information? Well... Objection. Come on. This detective must have known about it. He probably had plenty of chances to find out beforehand. Objection. And it's those chances that I want to discuss next. That night, Mr. DeLite was wearing his Mask to Mask outfit. There is one and only one way for Detective Atme to have found that out. Only one. One way, you say. Please recall, if you will, Mr. DeLite's testimony. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. For a second, my client witnessed the real killer. Objection. But Mr. DeLite never saw his attacker, so there's no way to tell whether or not the real killer was Luke Atme. Objection. It's with that statement that I'll turn this case on its head. Just what are you implying? Mr. DeLite saw the real killer, correct? No. Mr. DeLite saw the real killer, correct? Now, if you turn that statement around, it stands to reason that the real killer had also seen Ron DeLite. Impossible. Yeah, no, the spiky hair and all of that stuff made it very clear that it was him. Detective Atme, you saw Mask to Mask at the murder scene that night. You saw him when you killed Kane Bullard and assaulted Ron DeLite. That was the only way you could have known what Ron was wearing. Another earthquake? Uh-oh, he's going Super Saiyan. Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown. That's the same line you gave yesterday. But I think there's a little more meaning behind it this time. What an awfully complicated incident. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke Atme, who was in turn blackmailing Ron DeLite. And upon killing his blackmailer, Luke Atme tried to frame Ron DeLite. He then claimed to be guilty as Mask to Mask in order to escape his true crime. And to that end, he came up with this plan to use the double Jeopardy rule when making his alibi. At any rate, it would seem we finally found the truth. Excuse me. I came perilously close to besmirching the record of an innocent young man. Besmirching him with the title of murderer. Don't ignore me! Oh, I didn't realize you were there. Why wouldn't he be? About the verdict. I know. You never committed any murder. That's right. I'm so glad you understand that, but I really am Mask to Mask! Huh? So, thanks to that trial yesterday, I'm innocent now, right? What was it you said? Double Jeopardy? Now that you mention it, I've been careless. Careless? What do you think, Mia? As the defendant says, the rule of double jeopardy is absolute. A defendant can never be tried twice for a crime in which he was once found innocent. Then, Mask to Mask is really innocent? It would seem so. For now. For now? Well, yes, if he does commit any future crimes as Mask to Mask, he would potentially be able to be tried for those. Now then, this court finds the defendant... Cut that awfully close, again because of that one question that made abso-fucking-lutely no sense. Boy, this is really lucky. Wait, this isn't so good after all. You see, the thing is, I'm still Mask to Mask after all. Yeah. You did it, Phoenix. Thanks, Mia. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Yeah, it's because Maya doesn't call on me much these days. Oh? I'm just joking, Phoenix. Don't take everything so seriously. But on the other hand, Maya... She seems kind of torn these days. You mean about becoming the master of the Kurain Channeling School. Becoming the master means saying goodbye to our mother. Misty Faye, right? Watch over her, will you, Phoenix? Of course! Well then, see you around. Mia. Mr. Wright. I don't know what to say. Congratulations, Mr. DeLite. Thank you so much. No, wait. Nothing really matters anymore, though. Now that all of this happened... Come on, just be happy already. Maya, welcome back. You've been cleared of the murder charges and got off as Mask to Mask to boot. But in exchange... Yeah, because his wife knows everything now. I lost everything. Huh? What do you mean? Stealing security information from KB Security, becoming Mask to Mask. I did it all for one reason. For her. You mean your wife, Desiree. She hates criminals more than anything. Come to think of it, she was once held hostage by some robbers, wasn't she? She always said how she hated sneaky criminals. I knew that, but once I got fired from KB Security and lost all the money I had, she wouldn't have any reason to stay with me. I thought she would leave me for sure. So that's why you became Mask to Mask. Yes, but it's all over now. A broken bowl can never be put back together, but a broken urn can be put back together twice. That's not true, right, Nick? Right. Really? Can we go back to the way things were? You'll be fine, and Nick can prove it. I can? I kind of wish you would check with me first. Yeah? The literal urn. The sacred urn. Desi was the one who found this. Desiree, your wife. She's always believed in you, Ron. That's why you'll be fine. You don't have to worry about anything. Ah, there you are. Ms. DeLite. You did it, Ronnie. You're innocent. I'm so happy. Thank you. I appreciate that, but, I suppose you don't want anything more to do with me, do you? Ronnie, why didn't you talk to me about what was going on? I had no idea you quit KB Security. I never imagined that you were really Mask to Mask either. Ms. DeLite, what are you going to do now that you know? You're not going to really leave him, are you? Come on, it's obvious, ain't it? How could I ever let a wonderful man like him get away? After all, my bike's really fast. So fast there's no way he could ever get away. But didn't you say you hated criminals? Oh, I only hate people who act all cowardly and sneaky. Like that detective. I see. My Ronnie went and declared his crimes before he committed them, like a man. I just love a man who's so chivalrous. Chivalrous? I knew I was right about you. Every day I spend with you is filled with thrills and excitement. Desi! Desiree, you really do love Ron, don't you? Nicky boy? Yes? I'm really glad I asked you to defend my Ronnie. Thank you so much. I'll never forget what you've done for us. Oh, well, take care of yourself? You too, Nicky boy. Hey, stop staring at my cleavage. Gulp. I can feel my face going red. Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya, congratulations! Gasp. Talk about bad timing. Mr. Nick, how could you? With another man's wife, in front of Mystic Maya. No, you've got it all wrong. I'll never forgive you. Never, ever. Ow. If it's not Franziska's whip, it's Pearlie's fists. So just as the case came to a close, so too did my consciousness. Ron said a broken bowl can never be put back together. But I know that's not true. I mean, just look. Here's a perfect example of one that was put back together even better than before. Who fucking Ray? Only 40 minutes after time. It would have been a lot shorter than that if that fucking question made any goddamn sense. Oh well. Case closed. Ron DeLite's innocent of everything. Desiree DeLite is happy. Pearl bitch slapped Nick into unconsciousness. Whoop-de-fucking-do, I need to go to bed. Anyway, if you only caught part of this stream, you can watch it on my YouTube channel over there. If you want to catch me live on my Twitch channel and you're watching this on YouTube, my Twitch channel is over there. I go live Monday evenings with Ace Attorney 3 and Wednesday evenings now with West of Loathing. So I'll be back here Wednesday evening at 7:30 p.m. U.S. Central Time with more West of Loathing. I am looking forward to that. You can also find myself and other streamers over on Bulba Garden's Twitch channel over there. I just started my fairy type run of Pokemon Y version, which I have hated, but that's going to be Sunday morning at 8:30 a.m. U.S. Central Time. You can also find other streamers on there, like the Caps fan, whom you can also find on his channel over there, and Dawning Winds, who was not here this evening, but you can also find her on her channel over there when she goes live. That's going to do it for me for today. Is Caps live? No. Okay, I did see that he went online, but he's not live, so he was just doing something probably. Anyway, that's going to do it for me for today. I need to figure out what the hell's going on with this cups of coffee count, but the number of times I saw that animation was 19. The number of cups Godot says he had is 17. Something is screwy. But that's going to do it for me for today, so as always, I am Maniacal Engineer, and I'm never going to give you up, never going to let you down. Thank you all for watching, and God bless this mess. Hope to see you all Wednesday.